God damn it. As soon as I hit the live button. Mm. What a welcome to the stream. Hey guys, Rorius here. Oh, the moment I hit the fucking live button. Oh no, I swore. In the first minute, the moment I hit the live button, I just couldn't resist. Like, it just came and I couldn't stop. Hey Rocky, hey Joan, banned. Immediate ban. Late. I was here early. I'll have you know. I started the stream before 9. Okay, when you couldn't stop. Yeah. Oh, dear. Yeah, yeah. My new keyboard sounding good. Oh, good. Nice, nice. Um, yeah, yeah. Uh, I bought Mark a new keyboard for Christmas. Only problem is it is a mechanical keyboard, so it's loud. That's the only problem. Oh, hey RNG. Oh, it was just it wasn't like a super hyper fancy one, but it was one from a local brand. Oh, I thought you meant piano keyboard. No, no, just like computer keyboard. It just says silent Gatoron Browns. Ah, are they really? I was gonna say because I got some well, I remember when I was looking for my keyboard, I was looking for a mechanical keyboard that's silent, but nothing I could find actually was silent. Yeah, it never really worked out. Ooh, hey Chris, very quiet. Right, yeah, okay, yeah. What I ended up doing is, I mean, you can still hear mine through the mic, um, but I made it so that what I did is I installed silencers on all my keys so that they reduced sound. I put O-rings on every single one of my keys, and I doubled up on the O-rings for my keys that I use commonly, like WASD and so I put them on the spacebar, but the spacebar is like notoriously loud. It's difficult to reduce the sound of the spacebar. But yeah. Did I react to the ASM soundtrack? I don't remember. I think I did. I think I did in a previous stream. I don't remember when though. Or did we not reach it? Or have you not posted it yet? You might have forgotten to post it. No, I think I reacted to previous iterations. I don't know if you posted the ASM soundtrack. I can't remember. It's just, my memory is so bad these days. It's not listed. It's not listed above. It's not listed in any of the stuff we're coming to. But I don't remember if we reacted to it already. But I remember reacting to stuff of yours recently. Um, but I feel like we only listened to a couple of the tracks. I remember there was some album that we listened to like either last time or the time before, and uh, oh, and I remember you sort of guiding me through it, and we only listened to a couple of them. But I don't remember now. It was like it would have been like 2 reactions ago or 3 reactions ago. So it might not be the ASM soundtrack. It might be something else. Good morning. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? I've used laptops my whole life, so I see this as an absolute win. Right, right, yeah. I barely miss a live stream. Yeah, you're. I was gonna say you're pretty good at keeping, at getting yourself to the live streams. That's good. Mark hand reveal. Oh, was it the music of the game jam? Was it? That might have been it. Mark feet reveal win. He has hands. How despicable! Ah. Mm. Anyway, we should start looking at stuff. Uh, what do you think about running around the woods late at night as this? Oh, of course. I finished my putting on cosplay a few weeks ago. Wanted to post it in honor of Half-Life Alex. Kind of terrifying. Like, well done. It's it's because of the nature of cosplay, a little more humanoid than I feel it should be. It's a thick Vortigon. Yeah, exactly. It was like weirdly thick because the Vortigons aren't really supposed to have human like proportions. But yeah, no, really well made. And running around the woods late at night is this? I don't know if I can handle that. I think I'd freak myself out too much. Fantastic way to start the stream, yeah. Start with me sneezing and swearing. And then there's all this talk. Wonder if the mask can blink. Oh, that'd be fascinating. Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, go ahead. I'd be curious to see it. Oh my god. That's good. Alright. Portal said no. Oh. Oh my god, the audio's in the wrong place. The audio's coming out the wrong place. There we go. That's better.
Vital testing apparatus destroyed.
Is it just it not going through cleanly? Yeah. Yeah. YouTube demonetized. Yeah. That's Portal 1 physics for you. Some of the physics is still a little bit janky in that first game. Personally, if that thought was me, I'd just keep repeating the Alex Vance over and over. Maybe some mouth movements as well. Yeah, that I mean that would be fascinating. I was gonna say it'd be like impossible. I don't know how you would do it, but I'd want some like. Well, I guess you could just make them little LEDs and stuff like that. But I'd want like glowing green stuff to come out of my hands as well. Too bad you can't just like build a Tesla coil into into a cosplay piece. And too bad lightning doesn't travel in strong lines. You can't fire literal lightning out of it. Yeah. Portal physics. Those those leftover areas in Source games. We're getting some liminal space stuff. This is gonna feel very.
Hey everyone, the name's Ozzy Flow. Have you ever played a video game, looked at a faraway or blocked off area, and thought, man, I wanna
Is it a bit loud? It's a bit loud. Anyway. Yes, it is a bit loud.
go there? Maybe you stood there and imagined how cool it'd be to explore that area, or maybe you just continued playing the game and pushed it back in your mind. Perhaps even, as a young child and still full of excitement, you cracked open the cheat code guide, whether it was a gaming magazine or a cheat code website on the internet, and decided you would brute force your way over there, only to be immensely disappointed as the level just ends.
Nice.
In some rare instances, those distant parts of the level you saw were once wholeful areas in development, have been scrapped and reduced to mere background detailing by the time you got your hands on the game, left to tease you about what could have been. In some cases too, you may play a game 100 times and not even know that beyond the locked door, a whole section of the game's level was there, incomplete, binned and tossed out, but never erased. I like to call these spots leftover areas, parts of the level that was scrapped but not necessarily scrubbed from the game's data. I'm not talking about scrapped content as a whole, no. What we're talking about here is sections that exist inside the map, clearly intended to be used at one point, scrapped but still left in.
My toast couldn't fit in the toaster entirely. So there's like a strip that stuck out of the toaster. And so, yeah, I have a little handle to hold my bread.
Leftover content is scrapped content, but not all scrapped content is leftover content. For one reason or another, whether it's for forgetfulness, not being bothered, or whatever mysterious third reason, these areas have made it into the final release of this game's maps, printed onto discs, down onto hard drives. Or, you know, nowadays just get removed in a patch the day after discovered because developers can't let people have fun. Leftover areas in video games are a universal concept. You can find them in practically any video game, no matter what its genre. But today, I want to focus on those that exist within Valve's titles produced on the Source Engine. You've probably heard it spouted by every YouTuber on the planet that the Source Engine feels creepy. I disagree personally. I'm of the notion that I find it comforting. However, there is one exception to Source not being creepy to me, and it's whenever I step foot in the leftover area. Leftover areas can be weird to stumble upon in Source, especially. Sometimes they're fully detailed areas just sealed away and locked from the player from entering it. But what really gets me are the ones that are just empty and barren. It feels so familiar, but there's something missing about them. I'd like to tell you all a memory I have about a leftover area from when I was a kid. I remember playing around with cheats in Portal for the first time, and hearing a rumor of a weird section of the companion queue level you can only access with cheats. By entering the no-clip command, you would no longer have any collision with the world, and you'll be able to fly around freely in the level, not restricted by walls, invisible barriers, or even the endless void that surrounds every Source level and genuinely scared me as a child. Still kinda does. The Abyss terrifies me.
Yeah.
And so there I was, young little me. I input the no-clip cheat command and flew up beyond the 3 platforms leading the way to the exit.
I still get sort of an existential fear. I still have like a genuine fear response whenever I fall into the void in Minecraft. Especially back in the day when they had that fog, when the void had that like particle effect fog in it. Yeah, I still get like a deep pit in my stomach when I fall into the void in that.
And was stunned as I broke the level boundaries. Right in front of me was a whole fragment of the test chamber. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Then I remembered right after. I've seen this before, in the advanced version. Why is it here too? And to this day, I genuinely still don't have an answer for this. The fact that it's just this weird looking portal test chamber along the Source void, never deleted, never hidden. It just sits here. It didn't even get visually changed in advanced mode. It just looks like that. I think seeing this area really flipped a switch in my brain. I didn't understand why it was here, what its purpose was, and I had so many questions. But it told me one thing. If I knew where to look, I could find new areas in my favorite games. While Portal doesn't have much more to talk about in regards to leftover areas, I want to go beyond that and jump headfirst in Team Fortress 2. I don't play TF2 as much as I used to back.
Yeah, I discovered the name of what is more specifically, or a name for a phobia that's more closely linked to my phobia that I have, and apparently it's if I open it up over here, Kenophobia. Kenophobia, fear of empty spaces. It's, I think that the images that I saw when I looked it up, the images weren't very good, but the description, was accurate. The description I found when I was looking it up. Yeah, an intense fear of empty spaces or voids. A specific situational phobia in which the individual experiences irrational response to intense feeling of stress. Well, basically, there are situations like the reason I call it that and not just like an abyss, a fear of an abyss, is that I also get the same response when I walk in like a video game. You walk into a room and the room stretches beyond what you can see. Like there's a room that's in Silent Hill 2. I actually just quite recently played Silent Hill 2, and there's this one room that's like this huge open room with, once you venture into it, it has a thing in the middle of it, and you can't see any of the walls, any of the far walls. You can only see the wall behind you and the floor below you. You can't see the roof or the walls of the other side of the room. And I immediately like shivered. My whole body like shook in horror when I walked into that room in that game, because that's a huge, I don't know. For me, it's like similar to an abyss or a void. It's like large open empty spaces just freak me out. So yeah, Kenophobia.
But I feel it's worth bringing discussion on leftover areas to here specifically. Valve loves teasing you in Team Fortress 2 with inaccessible areas. In nearly every single map, you can find ajar doors, windows into inaccessible rooms, locations that you can never just reach. These aren't leftover areas, just environmental details on the main level, intended solely to flesh out the world. But the other topic of this video, when I try to think of a leftover area in Team Fortress 2, my mind shoots to the ever iconic Cut Canal region in Powerhouse. This map as a whole is infamous when it comes to those that have even the slightest interest in TF2's history. Everyone knows the general gist behind Powerhouse, being that it was one of the map's original lineup to release with TF2 back in 2007, but it ended up unfinished and it was shelved. Miraculously, someone at Valve pulled the map back out of the cutting room floor, and this sister map to Hydra would see the light of day in the Gunmetal update, and with it, a very interesting peek in TF2's development. This canal area is really detailed, and through the windows between each final cap point, you can see the presence of roll-up doors. No clipping into this area reveals further, as you can see Half-Life 2 fence models being used. Spots where windows used to exist, incomplete interiors, complete with designated sniper spots, even clip brushes, or invisible barriers, are set up to block players from exiting the level boundaries. Of course, if you want to hear more about Powerhouse's history with its canal area, there's dozens of other videos talking about it, and hell, even a lot of custom Powerhouse versions that all try and restore this area. It's pretty neat. Though, I know you've heard the Powerhouse story 1,000 times before. Why don't we talk about something else from 2007? Here we are in Dust Bowl, arguably one of the game's most iconic maps next to 2-4 and Turbine. I have a lot of fond memories here. Some of my earliest Tier 2 memories come from playing on a cracked copy on Team Fortress 2, and that time was spent on Dust Bowl with a whole bunch of training bots on my side to play with. Something I vividly recall is the sensation I felt looking down this long winding mine shaft that the Dust Bowl has on its first stage. I wanted to know where they went, how far they would go. It's something you don't think of nowadays as you run out of spawn into battle. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything back there. Not that I would even dare to venture into darkness regardless. But it turns out there was something behind one of these. Near the second point of the first stage, there exists a flank route for the blue team to use to gain advantage over red. It's behind a one-way gate, a great teleport spot. You've almost certainly passed by here a lot. What I didn't know for all these years playing is that beyond the set of minecart near the end of the area was a leftover part of a previous Dust Bowl layout. This room is sorrowfully empty of detail, but it's the moment you go up that the true nature of this room is revealed. Yet another leftover area. These two pieces of the map are one and the same, and time has separated them. If you follow this upper pathway through the doorway, it seemingly just ends. But if you no-click back downwards, you're smack dab right next to the second point. What a fascinating little journey this leftover area has brought us on, revealing remnants of an additional flank route blue team had to pressure red for capturing the point. Of course, the point didn't always exist here particularly. It's clear this specific leftover area was intended to be used when the capture point was more adjacent to its original TFC counterpart. This upper area of the layout remnants is genuinely a little freaky in my opinion. It pulls really heavily into the emotions I mentioned in regards to leftover areas. This just feels so wrong, like I'm in potential danger and I need to run. And from a war of two meddling corporations of a piles of gravel, we move to a war between humanity and dystopian alien force. Welcome to Half-Life 2, the game that showed off how cool the Source engine was and brought it into the hands of the public. Half-Life 2 genuinely has so many examples of these leftover areas, so much so I can't reasonably show each and every single one in this video. Maybe I'll do a sequel covering more if you all enjoyed this so far. Funnily enough, Half-Life 2's leftover areas begin in the very first map of the whole game. When the train arrives at the platform and you step out, have you ever looked up and thought, huh, I want to walk on that catwalk? Well, that catwalk actually used to be part of the route you took once you arrived in City 17, with you arriving on the right station rather than departing onto the middle. Obviously, Valve changed this, honestly for the better in my opinion, but remnants of the old layout still exist. If you knock up to the catwalk and look behind the door on the right of the train station, you can find leftover remnants of what used to be a staircase leading up to the catwalk. It's a simple leftover area, but it's a gentle one if that makes any sense. Though, this is not the only leftover area in this map. Have you ever noticed that while playing Half-Life 2, you actually go in a circle in the intro maps? You exit the train station, turn right, stumble your way up to Klein's lab, end up teleporting outside, and you go past the station platforms, this time from the tracks your train entered in on. Well, funnily enough, Valve seems to have made that entire sequence all one continuous map at one point in development. If you no-click backwards to where Klein's lab would be, you can find remnants of it. Well, the area outside the lab, but close enough.
It's more likely
it is kind of hard to see those since...
It's probably more likely what they did is they blocked it out, so that, as in like, made blocks to get the sizing and spacing right, so that it could flow nice and continuously. Even if they didn't intend for it to be one map, they like did all the blocking to make it flow, but also so that, you know, like each subsequent map, it's like you make like a whole space and then you cut it into pieces. You know, you could do either of those kinds of things.
This is all given visible textures. Good news is though, it's quite easy to restore how this would have looked. Like so. I don't want to make it a standard that I edit these maps to showcase these areas, but alas, I kinda had to give you a proper scoop on how this all looked. Still, it's fascinating, a peek at a slightly more basic layout for this place. There's a lot more we can talk about here, but we're not here to talk about how this region evolved. We're here to appreciate those leftovers for how they are now. Oh, and speaking of Klein's lab, our next leftover area actually deals with that map. When you and Alex walk down the hall into the area outside the hidden lab, there's an elevator right next to you. Have you ever been curious where it leads? Well, once you teleport back to Klein's lab from Nova Prospect, Dog does actually take you down to the bottom of the elevator shaft to exit the building. But that's going down. Is there anything above? Surprisingly, there is. On D1 Train Station 05, the map that starts the Red Letter Day chapter, no-clip up the elevator shaft and you'll be surprised to find a whole floor up here. This area is empty and interesting. It uses more pale white bricks compared to the yellows of the playable area, and even has light here. I don't know what this area would have been used for, or how, but, well, it's nice to see something here. This light is practically pointless, as it barely manages to reach the elevator shaft, illuminating a spot on the wall you can only see if you press yourself right up to the door and look through the window. The door here too is using an earlier texture, rather than a more proper design that the one in the Playboy area uses. You can actually find more of the shaft doors up and along the elevator shaft, but unlike the floor above the typical playable space, those are just completely sealed off with no rooms behind it. For those inclined, you may be asking about the prologue of Anti-Citizen 1, where you teleport back from Nova Prospect. Since it reuses Geometry D1 Train Station 05, being that you do teleport back to Klein's lab after all. Well, as a result of this reuse, this hallway is actually still there, but now missing its light entirely and has some changed texture for no real reason. And it's entirely removed in the map right after. Now that we're in Anti-Citizen 1 actually, we went to the Street Wars chapters of Half-Life 2 where you fight your way towards Citadel. This part of Half-Life 2 is infamous for how obviously rushed it is. As a result, there wasn't any proper cleaning of the maps, and some areas created a bit earlier in the game's development cycle will end up swapped in and used here, meaning you can find quite a lot of examples of leftover areas in this segment especially. I want to highlight one in particular, right at the start of Fall of Freeman. You can find what I could guess was the original path out of this building, as it would have led it out onto the street and joined what is the currently intended path. Other theories and speculation come up with by looking at the way a left eye area would have been utilized, seeing how the layout of the level would evolve. Before I finish this video off, I'll throw in a wildcard from Half-Life 2 Deathmatch. Runoff is a pretty cool map from Half-Life 2 Deathmatch. It's got a nuke button that kills everyone who doesn't get safety. There's a pretty infamous exploit where you can escape the map and shoot people from underneath it. And it has an area seemingly cut at the last minute. It's fully detailed, even has a necessary trigger to kill any players who might try and shelter in the sewer, yet it's been seemingly cut at the last minute. I honestly don't see why it may have been either. This sewer area better justifies the dead end area near the right side of the map, since one of the sewer entrances would have linked there. Honestly, this leftover sewage is nice to hop around. It's strange to think how many people play on this map, very likely unaware there's a whole leftover cut segment of the level just chilling on the ground. And at the end of the day, I think that's what made this area so intriguing to look at. It's the thought that hundreds, if not thousands of players have all walked past these areas, not even aware of their existence.
Honking outside your window, it won't
Yet,
stop.
Despite that,
Like car
they're
honking?
there.
Or
Discarded to never be
honking?
played again, and left in the final product either by mistake or deliberately. As much as it's strange, it's also fun to have the conscious knowledge of these areas. To walk somewhere in a game, face the door, and just know there's a little piece of what could have.
I remember enjoying Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, but I didn't play it for very long. Car honking. It's- yeah, in my mind it's like that'd be fucking terrifying at night.
Been right behind that wall. Thanks for watching. Stay safe, y'all. Peace.
I was gonna say, but yeah, that's a good video. I love looking at stuff like this because it is fascinating and it does show a little window into like development that happened before. But I mean they and those spaces really do give that sort of like abandoned liminal feel. That really it's like so intrinsic to the source engine. But yeah, no, I remember when I first got the orange box and I was able to play the like Half-Life and all those games. I gave Half-Life Deathmatch a try, Half-Life 2 Deathmatch a try. And while yeah, not nearly as fun as Half-Life 1 Deathmatch, I still had a lot of fun with Half-Life 2 Deathmatch. It was just very buggy because like physics and multiplayer is just you're just asking for like the physics engine trying to run in multiplayer where you're trying to like launch shit at each other with the fizz cannon it's you're just asking for weird lagginess and weird like deaths and shit. No exaggeration, the honky was that long, if not longer. Oh, okay. Huh. That is concerning. I hope it's just some people having a dispute, not someone dead on their on their on the what the hell is it called? Steering wheel. I couldn't think of the name. All right. Kitter can talk again. What is this? Live right next to a high school? Ah, okay. Yeah. Oh, it's a bit louder than me? Okay, one second. I'll try that. Try that for now. I do love this song. If I'm not mistaken, this is the song used in The Evil Within. Yeah, yeah. Lettuce? Video is a bit loud. Ah, yeah. Okay. Hopefully it's a bit better now. It's still a little loud, but it's like reasonable loud. Yeah. Oh, something I learned recently about cats is that cats have excellent long-range vision, but they have really terrible short-range vision. So gamer cat. Gamer. Yeah, gonna be a gamer. It's loud again. It's loud again. God damn it. Unsatisfied. Let's just put it right down. Music fits so well. Yeah. Ah, an interesting idea. Yeah, so no, that's apparently why, like, yeah, cats have really short range, have terrible short range vision. So, like, hence why a cat, you can, it can, like, spot a mouse or like your food, you're making food or doing something with food, or like they can like chase down a thing that you like show them from a mile away, and they can pinpoint certain animals and things from miles away. But then as soon as they get up close to that thing, they can sometimes not be able to see it. Like the food can be like right there, and the cat won't like know where it is. They have to like sniff around and like find it. They have difficulties finding it. Return of the King. Aww. Very cute. What the? Kid makes me cry and ultra kill. Anyway, very cute, very cute. Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, what went wrong? Yeah. I saw this video come up in my recommended the other day, but I didn't watch it, so I'm interested to see this. What is this?
Valve's catalog is seriously impressive. I genuinely don't think there's a company that even comes close to Valve's consistent output, especially not in the FPS genre. These guys are responsible for hit after hit after hit, and you'd have to look pretty hard to find an objectively low-quality Valve product. But while people debate amongst themselves whether the worst thing Valve ever made is Ricochet, Day of Defeat, or Alien Swarm, I'm of the opinion that one of the objectively worst Valve products has been sitting right under our nose the entire time. And the chances are, if you're watching this video, it's probably in your Steam
neither
library.
of those things. It's Half-Life 1 Source. That's the worst thing they ever made. I refuse to have any other answer accepted other than Half-Life 1 Source.
I want you to imagine it's 2003. Also imagine you're a big nerd. Yeah, there we go. You were a big fan of the first Half-Life, released all the way back in '98, and had already played through Opposing Force and Blue Shift when those games came out. Considering 2 out of the 3 Half-Lives released at this point had multiplayer deathmatch modes, you'd probably be expecting that the just announced Half-Life 2 would also include a multiplayer deathmatch mode. And lo and behold, upon release, it doesn't. Weirdly enough, especially looking back, Half-Life 2 didn't launch with a multiplayer deathmatch mode like Half-Life and Opposing Force did. For a small time frame near Half-Life 2's release, the closest thing it even had to multiplayer was Counter-Strike Source, which understandably left some folks.
I never liked Half-Life 1 Source, even before it broke, because, like, while yes, the water looked really cool, everything else was basically untouched, other than it was the water, and shooting people with the arrows actually stuck them to walls. That was like the only things that had changed. Only things that had changed for the better. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Oh, that one 3D skybox. I thought it looked terrible in the I thought that 3D skybox looked terrible in the Half-Life 1 Source, if I recall. Or are you adding that to the list of like things that are terrible about it? Because I remember being so disappointed. I seem to recall I did, but they still tried their best. Yeah, like that's the thing. In the like 2D variant, like it's of course it's 2D. It looks, you can like see how 2D the original version is, and how flat it is. But at least it was like highly detailed 2D. But then the 3D one was so shittily blocked out. I was so disappointed when I saw it. When I saw the frickin' Black Mesa Source, when it was called Black Mesa Source version of that skybox, I was like, this is how you fucking do that skybox. I'm sad to have like sources that you don't get stuck on the corners. All I remember when I played Half-Life 1 Source was disappointment. Because it was they had just ported it across and had not done anything to make it visually better. So my view is probably tarnished by expectation, honestly. The one floating scientist. Wait, floating scientist? wait. Half-Life Source floating scientist. Oh, the one, yeah, I was like, is it the one that's sitting down? Yes. He's just sitting there floating. Yeah. 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 I guess one could argue that Half-Life 1 Source was good because of how bad it was. But I just remember being like so like this sucks. This sucks, and I went back to playing that other stuff because it not only did it use, if I recall correctly, it used the new like HD model stuff for like the machine gun and stuff like that. It used like the modern variants of those, which I didn't like either. I didn't like the HD models that they released for like Barney and the scientists and stuff like that. I didn't like any of that. Replacing the SMG with the assault rifle, didn't like it. Didn't like any of it. I prefer the original stuff. Anyway.
Folks upset. But 2 weeks later, while teasing the release of the highly anticipated SDK for Half-Life 2, Valve began to also tease a special surprise that would be included along with it. Now, most people who weren't complete dum-dums started putting the puzzle pieces together, and they realized that this was Valve's way of telling fans to expect Half-Life 2's deathmatch component to drop at any second. And on November 30th, 2004, in the form of a 32MB update, it did. Half-Life 2 Deathmatch was actually pretty well received when it came out. People enjoyed finally being able to use Half-Life 2's groundbreaking physics in a multiplayer setting, and for people who wanted a more relaxed experience than Counter-Strike Source, HL2DM provided a fun, casual...
Yeah, I remember playing it and really enjoying myself.
It also appeased fans who were still stuck in the mindset of the Gold Source era of Half-Life, and satiated their appetites for those who had come to expect a deathmatch game mode with every new Half-Life release. 2 years after its release in 2006, Half-Life 2 Deathmatch had a pretty lively competitive scene, was regularly seen in Steam's top 10 most played games.
Half-Life 1 Deathmatch was really fun.
Was pulling in over 20,000 players a day. There's even some Steam groups from back in the day that boast some pretty impressive numbers. This Steam group has more people in it than have played Half-Life 2 Deathmatch in like 10 years. What? And as weird as its popularity might seem now, it really wasn't an accident. While Half-Life 2 Deathmatch might seem pretty bare bones and obsolete now, when it was released, it was one of the very few tastes of Source Engine multiplayer that the public had. For better or for worse, Half-Life 2 Deathmatch was the original proving ground for classic Source culture like strafing and bunny hopping. It was also the public's very first taste of custom Source maps, which are a pretty damn big deal no matter what corner of Source you operate in. So, hearing about Half-Life 2 Deathmatch's popularity and how important it was for just about every multiplayer Source game, I think most people would look at it in its current state and ask the same question that I did.
I didn't even remember
Just
that.
what the hell happened? Did a catastrophic
Is that a
update
modern
introduce so many
bug?
bugs that people lost interest in it? Or maybe it was a lack of new content that slowly bled the community dry, resulting in abysmal player numbers? Honestly, no. I mean, not really. I guess both of those things could be technically true, but to be honest with you, HL2DM as you and I know it, the janky, hastily slapped together mess that it is, was pretty much always like this. It's not so much that HL2DM changed, it's that every single thing around it did. Despite what people will probably tell you, HL2DM isn't really a story of post-launch developer neglect like Half-Life Source is. The game actually got a lot more attention than most people probably realize. Some might even say it got more attention than it even deserved. The original launch of Half-Life 2 Deathmatch was shockingly lightweight.
Yeah.
The first release of the game came with only 2 maps and a very limited arsenal. No crowbar, no sunstick, and no slams. No crowbar in a Half-Life game. Despite these shortcomings, it seemed most people were pretty blinded by the euphoria of getting to play with a gravity gun in a multiplayer setting. I know I would be. In fact, most of the criticism towards the game at the time was directed towards the lack of the super gravity gun, or not being able to pick players up with a gravity gun. What? Do you live in Candyland? Basically, people just wanted more gravity gun, and they didn't really care if anything else fell short. Obviously, epic physics can't hold a game forever though, especially with more fully fledged Source multiplayer experiences right around the corner. So, in an attempt to stop the game's community from starving to death before it had even eaten, Valve slowly began pushing small updates for HL2DM. After adding a few of their own original maps, some based on old Half-Life 1 classics, Valve actually for the first time in Source history began officially accepting community-made levels through map competitions. That gave us maps like DM Resistance and Underpass, and it set the blueprint for the model later picked up by TF2, which is probably responsible for HL2DM being irrelevant these days. Ask yourself something. If you're a Source guy in 2007, why would you play Half-Life 2 Deathmatch once TF2 comes out? Come on. The final nail in the coffin that made Half-Life 2 Deathmatch irrelevant was the Orange Box update. It changed the way the game felt, got rid of some really important movement mechanics like bunny hopping, and shed the majority of its diehard fans, leaving it in a nasty, unpopular state. Which is the state that it's still in to this day. Now with what I've said here, you might be starting to think that I hate Half-Life 2 Deathmatch or something, but that's not really the case. In fact, there are a few good things about
hadn't
Half-Life 2
heard much
Deathmatch
about that
I admire,
recently.
and I'm fascinated by those things.
Oh,
one of those things is the...
I haven't heard much about Project Borealis or Boreal Aleph, or there's like a few of them, wasn't there? There was like 2 or 3 different projects working on like a Half-Life 2 Episode 3 project. I haven't heard anything from like any of them. Yeah, so yeah, if there's news or if there are videos, updates and stuff like that, feel free to post them because I haven't seen any of them. So yeah, you know when you first see the military and he's meant to kill the scientists to show you they're bad, and so they just run away past you then come back to attack you. Yeah, perfect. Naturally, yeah.
Hold on.
It ain't Half-Life without a crowbar.
One of those things is the game's map
Why would it not
selection.
have a
Now,
crowbar?
earlier we established that HL2DM launched with a disappointing catalog of only 2 maps, being Overwatch and Lockdown. And unlike many of the maps from Half-Life 1 Deathmatch,
those are
which
the
were
maps I
created from
remember.
scratch by seasoned level designers, these 2 were basically just reworked areas from the single-player campaign, hastily thrown together in what couldn't have been more than an afternoon's worth of work. Now, to give some credit to the developers,
Still
the
fair.
official maps we got in later updates are far more detailed and interesting, although they're still far from Valve's best work. For example, DM Runoff, which is kind of HL2DM's answer to the iconic Crossfire map from HL1, isn't properly sealed, meaning that if you can manage to clip out of the map, you can
Right,
shoot at
yes,
people from
yeah.
out of bounds with effective invulnerability from anything other than explosives. A lot of the other maps have clearly had corners cut as well. You'll find plenty of primitive-looking environments and leftover areas from earlier in the map's development
Half-Life
lazily
1's
blocked
also-
off. But see, the thing about HL2DM's maps that's
Music
always racked
freaking
my
cutting.
brain since I was a kid is the bizarre way they dance around the lore of the single-player campaign. One of the main differences between Half-Life 1's deathmatch mode and HL2DM is in its style and presentation. For some reason, while the original Half-Life deathmatch mode was unabashedly absurd, allowing players to assume the model of G-Man or a zombie shooting bees at each other. HL2DM is comparatively super grounded, limiting you to only Rebels and Combine. In fact, players' arsenals even differ depending on what model they pick to further this sense of immersion. The Rebels get crowbars and SMGs, while the Combine gets stun sticks and AR2s. Because of this, it definitely seems like players were at least in part intended to view HL2DM's combat encounters as in-universe skirmishes between the Resistance and Combine forces, not dissimilar to the ones we see during the City 17 uprising in Half-Life 2. And I know it's really stupid, but that fact has always made me want to analyze the HL2DM maps from a canon-adjacent lens, Combine over Wiki Notice be damned. Almost all of the original maps in the game clearly riff on established locations from Half-Life 2. Runoff is some part of the canals we never saw. Steam Lab seems to be some mysterious Resistance lab similar to Black Mesa East, and the community map Resistance even visibly takes place along.
I normally do have that policy. I was gonna watch this video in full though, because there aren't a whole lot of submissions. If I just upvote this, there's only really like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 submissions. Oh, yeah. Yeah, to be fair, I've only watched 7 minutes of it. Yeah.
The Ravenholm rail yard. But despite all this, there's also a weird amount of things that undermine this groundedness, and unfortunately make my childlike delusion of HL2DM's canon status indefensible. For example, the presence of teleporters in some of these maps just doesn't make sense. The entire story of HL2 is a struggle between aliens and the humans they only keep around in the hopes they'll eventually help them develop stable local teleportation. So if stable local teleporters are such an impossibly difficult technology to master, why does HL2DM allow me to stumble into random warehouses and find like 5 of them laying around in perfect condition to throw toilets through or whatever? There's other oddities with the maps too, like this citizen ration dispenser and lockdown that for some reason gives the player health and armor, and the unkillable headcrabs being kept in cages on Steam Labs. And finally, there's the elephant in the room of every single player having a gravity gun and rocking HEV suit hands in the view model, which obviously makes no sense. So, if the game is clearly not canon, why did they put in any effort to ground it at all? Well, I have no idea. Maybe there were at one point aspirations to further ground the game into its setting that were cancelled or never made it off the ground, or maybe the game was just so low priority that no one at Valve ever thought about it that hard.
Excuse me. Now, with all of that said, and with a clearer image of how Half-Life 2 Deathmatch originally launched, you probably want to know how Half-Life 2 Deathmatch is today. Well, the long and short of that story is, it still sucks. I really don't know if I can emphasize enough how horrible this game feels to play. You might think I'm being too harsh on it or not appreciating the source jank of it all, but the truth is it's borderline unplayable sometimes. Even on servers where I had 60, 70 ping, using the gravity gun felt like complete garbage.
I was
always on LAN
felt like
servers
that,
where I was hosting on my own network, and it still felt like garbage. There are tons of little oddities that contribute to this though. View model sway, for whatever reason, is turned down to the point where it might as well not even be there, and there are a handful of weapons that straight up don't even react to the player walking at all, so you're just sliding across the ground and it's nasty. A lot has changed community-wise since Half-Life 2 Deathmatch's original release in 2004, and the community being shrunken down to such a small scale has brought out what I consider to be the worst that the game has to offer. The majority of servers being hosted right now are ping spoofing, drastically alter how the game plays, or straight up aren't even deathmatch at all. It's kind of a bit sad, honestly. I challenge you to boot up Half-Life 2 Deathmatch and see how long it takes you to find an unmodified vanilla server. The worst part is the most populated servers are by and large the role-playing ones, so in the cosmically impossible event that somebody is new to Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, their first experience with the game will be weird, janky RP servers that don't actually represent what the game really is. Not that I'm completely opposed to overhauling HL2DM though. The community used to play weird game modes like Death Run on Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, which is a nice little early example of the source engine being used as a Gmod-like tool. Half-Life 2 Deathmatch was also home of the original Light RP, which later transformed into the global phenomenon we now know as Dark RP. I can't deny the early cultural impact that these custom servers had. This stuff is fine, you know, it's harmless fun. But turning Half-Life 2 Deathmatch into nasty Quake with high gravity and like quad damage, what is this, man? Come on, man. Come on, dog. Also, this is like really weird, but the Steam store page for Half-Life 2 Deathmatch only has screenshots of weird custom maps. There's not a single image among these that is an actual official map, which is weird. It's important to remember throughout all this that Half-Life 2 Deathmatch was more or less created by one man. When I emailed the project lead for Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, he told me that the team behind Half-Life 2 DM was effectively non-existent. He was just sneaking work in between trying to ship Half-Life 2. Here's an interesting clip of Gabe Newell discussing Half-Life 2 before its release. He's just got done demonstrating Half-Life 2, and what he says after that is pretty interesting.
In addition to showing Half-Life 2, we've also been talking about our multiplayer for the first time.
Now, I'm no expert on Valve's development, but judging from this clip and Counter-Strike's source being labeled multiplayer demo, I think it's pretty safe to assume that the majority of Valve considered CSS to be Half-Life 2's official multiplayer mode.
Right,
From what I can tell,
suppose, yeah.
Gabe Newell had no idea that a lone dev was making a more traditional deathmatch mode for Half-Life 2, which explains its state pretty well. There's not a lot to suggest that Half-Life 2
It's just
deathmatch was in
Valve
development
being Valve
before
once
Half-Life 2
again.
was effectively done. I'm not here trying to claim that Half-Life 2 deathmatch was made in 2 weeks, but it certainly looks that way. What Half-Life 2 deathmatch is not is good. What it is, though, is a Half-Life fan who is just as confused as everybody else as to why Half-Life 2 didn't come with a deathmatch mode. The only difference was that this Half-Life fan worked at Valve and figured he could do something about it. Half-Life 2 deathmatch might undeniably just be Valve's worst product, which is pretty painful to admit because I kinda like it. So I guess if you're a super literal guy who came to this video looking for a solid answer to what happened to Half-Life 2 deathmatch, the answer is, nothing. Nothing quality-wise really changed between Half-Life 2 DM's launch and now.
See, that's what it is. It's like, nothing's really changed since they released it, which means it's fallen behind our expectations. Because that's the thing, is back when it came out, and back when I first played it, I didn't really have any expectations, and I was kind of just blown away that physics like that could work in a multiplayer context. It was janky as hell, yes, but it's like I was just impressed that it worked at all. That was back in the era where physics and multiplayer just didn't gel. Oh, yeah, so about Boreal Aleph. Yeah. Yes, I do recall hearing that one of them had done that. I couldn't remember if it was Boreal Aleph or a different one. Yeah. And Project Borealis are quite what? Alright, I'll just jump into this one, but you can finish saying what you're gonna say. Yeah, I should do.
Just got back from
We have 3 hours, so it should be fine.
Las Vegas, and that's what I'm going to talk about in this video. EcoFlow wanted to invite me to have dinner with them. I've never even been to Las Vegas before, and here we are in Las Vegas. And the first thing I noticed that took me by surprise was all of the toilets in the airport. We were staying at the LGR casino. Fortunately, I was not paying the bill. Obviously, the bottom floor was full of obsolete pieces of junk. Anyway, that night we had dinner with the EcoFlow team, and they put all the YouTubers together at this table. The next day, I went to CES. I was walking around with an AR-15 because I'm trying to be a badass. You know, I'm trying to show how macho I am. Which led to some awkward encounters here and there. Anyway, the place was huge. I mean, an order of magnitude bigger than I was expecting. So, after leaving CES, I figured, you know, since I'm in Vegas,
once I
there's
get to the
something
top,
I've
I'll
always
refresh
wanted.
it, yeah.
Anyway, let's give it a try. I put $36,000 in the token machine. I have to admit, this had far more enjoyment for me than CES. In fact, after the 5th coin, I actually won a small jackpot of 20 coins. Of course, I put them all back in the machine, and as you can imagine, by the time I left, $36,000 was completely gone. And so that's it for Las Vegas.
Wow.
I'm also probably about $800,000 in the hole.
like
It
my
was
chips with
exciting for me
differences.
because I love gambling, drinking, and of course strip shows. But CES was pretty boring.
Wow. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so like we're up to here. There's only a handful of submissions, but we'll see who's added stuff to the top. I was gonna say, yeah. Yeah, so we just got the 2 extra ones here that are your guys' ones. We'll get to them. Don't worry, we'll get to them before the end of the stream. I just like to. I've talked about this before. I always just watch things in the order of the way they're posted, so that it's always fair. If we ever got to the point where I physically could not watch all of them, then I'd have to switch to something like the most popular or the like hottest posts. But for now, because there's a reasonable amount, I can watch them in order and give everyone the time of day. But there's the new console leaks. What is this? Yeah, it's you on the top. Oh my god, this friggin' song. I was gonna say, that's gonna get me copyright claimed. I can't listen to the music. I like that song. Ah, yes. This design. Yep. I remember when I first saw this like the controllers that were like that. PS Vita 2. The body's at the floor. It is. We all thought that the Xbox One was going to be the Xbox 720. Does that not make sense? Should have been. They had the Xbox 360. They should have had the Xbox 720. Why did they name it Xbox One? That's the worst thing they could have done. Wii 2 controller. The Wii phone, of course. Wow. Wii 2 is more original than Wii U. Changed my mind. I won't change it. I'll let you keep that view. Why is my voice... Why does it sound like I've been smoking? What's wrong with my lungs? TF2 in a nutshell right now. Oh, now it's muted. Pyro is pie. Spy is pyro. It sounded like he said spy is pyro. Spy is spy.
Help! Need some help here. I need some help.
It's like a friggin'
Yeah.
What the hell has happened there? We're waiting for the next gen Wii. Oh my god. I got hiccups now.
Soldier! The spy! No! That soldier is a spy!
I can't laugh without the hiccups right now.
Fine shooting!
Let's be friends.
Incoming! Incoming!
Crit boost. Oh, the medic doing that was... the medic doing that was a crit boost. I think so. I think technically speaking, yes.
Incoming! Incoming!
I don't know, does Spotify let you do stuff like that? I don't really use Spotify. Whoa.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Put dispenser here. Sentry, hold up!
See that you got blood on my knife? He hit him with meat. We're really downloading songs still. I mean, sure. Oh, I can't do anything without hiccuping. Oh. Whoa, what timing.
That spy ain't on our side.
Wow.
Alrighty then. Gotta move that gear up.
That's right. Turret jumping. Or turret boosting, if you will.
Move him out.
Yeah, Engineer is the last character you expect to be able to boost himself.
That there wasn't getting any lighter.
Nice. Because it was over the pit, it immediately returned to the base. Oh my god. The fucking sound effect. Jesus Christ.
I require assistance. Help. Yeah, thanks. Some assistance, please. I require assistance. Assistance, please.
Ooh.
That scout is a spy. That scout is a spy. That scout is a spy. That scout is a spy.
It's lagging in my chat. Well, no, there's always a delay. This is what is live for me. There's a delay between what you're seeing and what I'm seeing. So it should be about I think 3 to 5 seconds is the absolute maximum latency, or I'm sorry, absolute minimum latency. Usually it's about 5 seconds. Unless you're falling behind the live time. That's good.
It's good.
It's good. It's just straight up Darude Sandstorm. No, it isn't. Earth Clown Core. Oh my god. Fuck? What did I just watch? Breaking Bad spoilers. Excuse me, Rory. I mean his Stardew Saloon. Yeah. It's not a reboot. I didn't think there would be. There's a Better Call Saul is like the closest thing to that. It's a spin-off. But and once again, Better Call Saul said to be better than Breaking Bad. Like the characterization. That's the thing, is it's like the characters that really make the show amazing. The actors and the characters. The characterization is amazing. And Better Call Saul apparently is even better in that regards. Nah, I don't think it'll suspend the stream, especially since we've stopped it now. Better Call copyright. But Better Call Rory. What would that even be? The story of the 2012 Halo 4 barn leak. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing of this, but we'll get the premise at least.
On the night of May 26, 2012, a YouTube channel known as X420 Skid Blunts uploaded possibly the most legendary leak in the history of video games. This was to be an early beta of Halo 4, discovered in what looks like a barn on a VHS tape and an Xbox 360 connected to a CRT television. This is what would be known as the infamous Halo 4 barn leak video, and it would be one of the most talked about and interesting leaks in video games. It's fair to say that it would likely never be topped in terms of its impact and its desired outcome, to not only troll, but to let Microsoft know that hackers had the upper hand. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's dissect this a little, because some of the circumstances surrounding this leak seem a little strange on the surface. Was Halo 4 actually found in a barn? Who was behind all this? Or was it just a piece of viral marketing from 343 Industries? And
El Camino, I don't know it, or... Wait, let's have a look. Wait. El Camino. Oh. Oh, wait, no, I have heard of this. What was this again? It says a sequel and epilogue. I never actually saw it. I never saw El Camino.
Today's episode, we are going to learn all about the barn leak,
I haven't seen Better Call
how it
Saul
came to
either.
be, and why it's the most talked about leak ever. Today's video is brought to you by Surfshark VPN.
Yeah, we all know
With
who
internet
Surfshark
privacy
is.
being such a huge deal these days, it's more important now than
Do not underestimate them. But most of all, do not underestimate him.
Halo 4 would release in November of 2012, and it would be the first time 343 Industries would develop a Halo game after taking the reins from longtime developer Bungie.
Yeah.
343 wanted to make a statement, significantly enhancing the technology to bring it in line with
Today's
more modern
sponsor,
shooters
there it
of the
is.
era, such as Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops.
So I'd do if I
Reviews
was
of
a
Halo
YouTuber.
4 were favorable with an 87 Metacritic, and it brought some new mechanics to the franchise. But overall, Halo fans were disappointed.
I just
While
remembered.
it was a
I
fresh
haven't
new Halo
brought
game,
Banana
to
into the
many
stream
it
recently.
didn't feel like Halo at all. 343 Industries' vision for Halo was polarizing, and the campaign in particular was considered to be disappointing. The repetitive nature of the game, running around the same grey structures level after level, was especially jarring. The lush outdoor sections of previous Halo games were left at a minimum, and while there was some good moments in Halo 4, it was a disappointment. The multiplayer side of the game was better, but overall, with the addition of custom classes, perks, and things like sprinting and instant respawn, it felt more like a generic FPS such as Call of Duty. But for me, while Halo 4 is a decent enough game, it just doesn't live up to the
Like
standards
Thunder
of older Halo games. Still, Halo 4 would sell almost 9 million copies, and for all intents and purposes was a success. It was the biggest Xbox game of 2012, and the hype surrounding the game was huge.
I'm fine.
The infamous Barn League would occur 6 months before the launch of the game, and it set the internet ablaze with rumors, theories, speculation, and excitement. Someone out there had Halo 4 months before release, and fans, and of course Microsoft, wanted to know where it came from.
Yeah, what the heck?
In 2009, Gabriel Kirkpatrick would get a hold of an Xbox 360 development kit, or XDK. Getting hold of an XDK wasn't difficult if you knew the right people. Gabe, known as Gabe K Online, was a part of a larger group of Xbox hackers who all owned dev kits and had access to a service known as PartnerNet. PartnerNet is basically Xbox Live, but for developers and testers. Game studios would often upload their games to PartnerNet for QA, multiplayer testing, and even game reviewers would use PartnerNet to test and review games before retail. But how does one get a hold of a dev kit without being sold a stolen one? Recall that the Xbox 360 had a serious problem with the red ring of death, and this would carry over to dev kits that for the most part were identical in terms of their motherboards. Microsoft would send red-ringed and end-of-life dev kits to landfills and recycling plants. Many of these parts were recovered and restored as Frankenstein kits, but they would be brought back to life. They would then be sold on the used and collector's market
I've never actually
from
seen
anywhere
them.
from $200 to $2,000, depending on the hardware and its desirability. PartnerNet security was barely functional and would allow almost anyone with a dev kit to be able to browse and download any available release and run them on their dev kit regardless of publisher. There was no walled-off sandbox, and everyone who made games on the Xbox 360 all used the same one. This lack of security meant that hackers were able to download and leak beta and early releases of games months before the official release date. There were many documented leaks of games from PartnerNet that included Sonic 4, Ikaruga, and in recent times the GoldenEye 007 XBLA leak all originated from PartnerNet with people who had access to dev kits. Microsoft would attempt to mitigate this by adding passwords and PIN numbers and hiding content to be non-visible, but to any skilled reverse engineer who knew PowerPC, they could easily circumvent this. Gabriel was affiliated with a group that was known as the Xbox Underground. These were just kids that had access to XDKs and would share code and discoveries on their findings. We mentioned PartnerNet security was lacking, but for everything that was in plain sight visible to be downloaded, there were also many more hidden titles that were not visible. To enumerate and find hidden content, Gabriel and another member of the group known as Xenomega would first figure out how to display the Marketplace API via HTTP web requests, and discovered that each title on the store would contain a unique offer ID. These offer IDs would be the key to be able to download any content from both PartnerNet and retail Xbox Live. Originally, these offer IDs would be generated in a sequence. The first 32 bits of the offer ID would be the title ID of the game, and the bottom would be unique to the game. Using known offer IDs from games that were previously available, it would then be possible to detect hidden games on the service and figuring out how to list hidden content. This was done by manipulating different bits in the offer ID. Xenomega would develop an app known as Storm, which was able to brute force and enumerate offer IDs. Gabriel would write the app to download to the Xbox. Both of these two applications were merged together to be known as Storm Grabber, so you could download and browse content on your PC and then have them download directly to your Xbox development kit. In 2010, well before the Halo 4 leak, Gabriel would use this tool to leak other things from PartnerNet, including screenshots of both Halo Reach as well as Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 DLC. So this here is an example of the tool in action. As you can see, it's enumerating through a list of hidden content, and in this instance, we can see that it's found DLC for Battlefield 3 known as Back to Karkand. And what's interesting to note about this tool is that the updated date for this DLC is August the 4th, 2011, but this DLC officially released to the public on December the 12th of 2011. And this is just one example of the level of access that this team had to be able to download hidden content well before the official street date. Microsoft were well aware of what was happening and tightened up security to randomize offer IDs. However, this would not be enough. The randomization of these offer IDs would only be a small roadblock. They would set up their tool to brute force offer IDs based on a list of known offer IDs until matches were found. And with Halo 4's release coming later in 2012, the group would check PartnerNet and Xbox Live Daily to see if there was any hidden content that could be Halo 4. About 2 weeks before the barn leak video, a suspicious file was uploaded by Microsoft that was around 1.2 gigabytes in size. When he downloaded it with his tools and launched it on his dev kit, it showed the words Xbox Dashboard, but underneath, it was indeed a beta version of Halo 4. This was some of the earliest screenshots of the game to be ever displayed. This group would keep this beta to themselves and play the game for a few weeks, but a few days before the barn leak video emerged, 2 random screenshots of Halo 4 were uploaded to Reddit by an unknown source. It certainly wasn't Gabe and his friends, so they wanted to leak the game first and make a statement. The barn leak video is essentially a big troll and a message to Microsoft that Gabe and his friends had the Halo 4 beta before anyone else. The account 420 Skid Blunts was created specifically to upload this video to YouTube. As far as the barn itself, it wasn't actually in a barn at all. In fact, it was filmed in the front yard of his parents' house in Orono, Maine. In May of 2012, for some reason, there was a lot of hay in the front yard, and with many trees around, it was easier to stage that it was in a barn, and with the low quality footage would provide the perfect backdrop for the video idea. He would then dub some of the captured Halo 4 gameplay to a VHS cassette using a Blackmagic capture device and stage the barn video with the VHS cassette and a CRT television. The intro of the video shows some random names, and while some of these people are just friends of Gabriel's, others are more well known. Xenomega is David Pecora, and MTW is also known as Justin May. Both were a part of the Xbox Underground, an international hacking group responsible for gaining unauthorized access to computer networks such as Activision, Epic Games, and Valve in order to gain sensitive information relating to Xbox One and Xbox Live. It's important to note that while Gabriel was associated, he was not a part of the Xbox Underground team that received jail sentences. And if you want to learn more about the Xbox Underground in general, I'll leave a link to a podcast known as the Darknet Diaries that discusses the entire group in detail. The video then presents a sheet of bullet points with the words "No Tom Morello." This is in reference to an earlier Halo Reach leaked image from 2009 by a user known as Tom Morello that created a thread on NeoGAF showing a blurry camera phone photograph of a Halo Reach battle rifle. Many believed that the leak was viral marketing, but it most certainly wasn't. The music was deliberately loud and distorted. And the song was produced by a Canadian-based SoundCloud rapper known as Young Kong. This was the perfect leak video and one that would almost certainly never be topped. On May 26, 2012, people got wind of the video and many didn't believe its authenticity. But even with the blurry VHS footage, this was clearly Halo 4. It was clear that this was a new game with new mechanics. Microsoft initially wasn't aware of the barn video for about a day and a half, and then it was quickly taken down. A week following, Microsoft found the IP addresses that were connected to Xbox Live to download and banned every single console that attempted to download the beta. They would also completely remove Gabriel's Xbox Live accounts and they would also ban any accounts, consoles, and IPs that were seen to be playing the Halo 4 beta unauthorized. But it didn't end there. According to Gabriel, Microsoft would start uploading new hidden content to Xbox Live that contained the Halo 4 title ID that were all 0 bytes in size, but the names of these files were all towns in Maine surrounding Orono. Gabriel believes that this was to let him know that Microsoft knew who he was and where he lived. The Barn Leak became so legendary that even Frank O'Connor, the franchise development director of Halo, calls it the apex of artistic leaks. It will never be topped for sheer frenetic madness. Jessica Shea, a community manager for Halo at the time, tweeted the following: "I can neither confirm nor deny my stance on archaic recording devices. I can say, however, that I prefer beta over VHS." As for Gabriel, he would eventually land a job at Microsoft working as a software engineer in 2017. When I asked how this happened, he said that he went to a security convention and met with the head of incident response at Xbox, who knew all about the Barn Leak video and had dossiers on everyone that was involved, including Gabriel. He was glad that Gabriel wasn't a seasoned criminal and suggested that he apply for a job at Microsoft in their security team, which he would do for 5 years. In conclusion, the Halo 4 Barn Leak is legendary.
Yeah, fascinating. I've never heard of this before. In 2012, that video was made. It looks like something from 2006. You know, it looks like something from the early to mid thousands. Weird. Them, I got your game. Microsoft, I got your address. I know where you live, bitch. Magnificent morning. Your two videos yet? What the fuck?
Magnificent morning. You. Yes.
I like this shirtless heavy in the background.
Checkmate. Here. Wah. No. Damn it. Thick and heavy like a brick strap. Dear God. Top shelf.
That's all good. That's all good. Hey, finally. We actually saw one of your submissions earlier.
Oh no.
Disappointment. Damn it. Erecting a spy.
I don't know where I know this song from.
Good
I
work.
just know it.
Job well done. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, it's Mario 3D World. Ah. I just know the song. I like that song a lot. I didn't even know it was Mario 3D. Mario 3D World.
Giddy up. Let us move.
Oh.
You have done well. Time to wait! Shut up!
Tiny bird.
Medic! Medic! It's tea time, doctor!
Eat burps,
No!
snort mids.
Okay.
Help me! Oh, tingly.
Doctor!
Gah!
Charge me!
9!
Come, doctor!
Nixta!
I think medic is spy! Big trouble now.
Stop that dumb cop!
That was an amazing shot. But like his face being like steady and perfectly still, but like the background moving around him. It was an amazing shot.
Bloody hell!
He's nice.
Schweinhund!
I am very stupid!
There was
I
a
am the
baseball
doctor.
bat.
I know
and
exactly
two
what to do.
baseballs in the background.
Let us begin!
Oh my
I'm a
god.
little nervous.
Ooh, good shot!
Yeah, sure.
Prepare
Yeah,
for
yeah.
your procedure.
Press the link, yeah.
Medic is not good, doctor!
I like the spy filming in the background.
Oh, I'm confused. Fascinating.
Medic! I am still stupid!
Do you have any advice?
Yes!
Listen to Falling in Reverse's new song, Watch the World Burn. Let's go. Oh. I've not heard that. Falling in Reverse.
I got a good feeling
Chris, post me that on Twitter.
now we're doing it.
DM me that on
Come
Twitter,
on.
and I'll have a listen.
No. Come on, come on.
I'll have a listen,
I
in my own
get it.
time, because music.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Outstanding.
Soldier! Where is Pyro?
Pyro's in the
I
background.
don't give a crap about Pyro.
Ah!
I like all the music that you
You are
use, video game music. He does it exactly. Oh
Get a
That's not what I-
haircut, Sputnik.
no!
And nice shooting there.
Thanks.
Okay, crap, I gotta go. Hey, I was just getting started.
Well, I got shit to do, too. Box!
What the
That's the shit he had to do.
I cherish these moments we spend together. Good morning, soldier. Hello, Frenchie.
What with this box?
That is not a
You can't
box.
send it via DM?
That is proof that George Washington was American.
I was gonna say, because you
This
DM'd
box
me
is
just the other
mercenary
day.
issue, son. There's no...
Shut up!
Copy paste
What's the
the
matter?
URL and
Spy among us.
Oh, no. Crack it!
I mean, yeah, if something's wrong, it just won't work. Fair enough. To be continued? Oh, whoops. For some reason I thought it was full screen. And finally revealed, the tiny text on Pyro's mask. Oh. Intel papers and other unreadable text. Ooh.
It says 0D_GD_D:OJ. Normally, the textures in-game are too blurry to see what's written, but with the 2023 leak, we have access to the raw Photoshop files used to create most textures in the game. The text on the Pyro's face is still intact as a text layer, so now we know. Here are some other previously unreadable text. Back in 2013, this was added to the game to tease a new update. This folder has smudged writing on it, which we can now reveal. On Decoy, there's this sign. The sale was by the red team. Various maps have this memo board. First, the filler text is just standard lorem ipsum, Latin literature to fill in dummy text. But the Nemesis list has actual names to it. Poof Bucket, Mr. X, Pop Wheats, Squiggle, and Barf Nuggets.
I had heard there was some links.
This poster on Hightower is signed by Radigan Kanagar, but also the filler text isn't Latin. It's these two sentences from the Engineer Update blog post, repeated over and over again.
Yeah.
The writing in the intel is very interesting. To premiere the inshrewd and spendthrift that excusable the impatiently is directive expectantly, a traveler mumble a rotate in disorganized plumbing. It, fanny metamorphosis, barricade windowpane sidelong, comprehension, metallic quote parody, con obstinacy, the sperm as avoidance, junction rooster discordant, of memory abduct, cache it and twitch to nerve cold. Blown in appliance a geese or brazier with mutiny crucial, exhort coveralls cement, a with hiccups workman-like as fiesta a needlessly clothespin the monetary unabridged paradoxically. On the less schizophrenic intel, the Halloween Doomsday has some stickers on it. The WizardCon stickers text was—
That almost sounded like an AI trying to write English, or like a weird version of like the Combine Overwatch thing. wait. Yeah. Obstinacy, junction, rooster, discordant of memory. I don't know why, I can totally imagine the Overwatch, Al McLean's Overwatch in Half-Life 2 reading this out.
Paradoxical. The airplane sticker has a location, and the hell sticker describes a inn. Some other slightly related things I found along the way.
Yeah, that's all good.
All the
all good,
barrels
Chris.
used
That'll
to have
work.
more detail on their stickers, but it was painted over.
They don't get life anymore. It's just random text.
The Rottenberg blackboard has pretty rough handwriting. And the spellbook texture isn't that interesting because people were already able to decipher what was written on it, though there was this cool unused drawing in it. But for some ungodly reason, hidden in the layers, is a copy of a Reddit post that translated the pages in the Bominomicon.
What the heck?
I can't read.
I can't read. Interesting. So weird, but interesting. Code, junction, rooster, discordant. Exactly. It's like, it just sounds like something that the Overwatch speaker would say. Is you know the wait Half-Life 2 Overwatch quotes. That's right. I spelled it quotes. Sorry, I'm looking for like a good one. There's those ones where there's just a bunch of words in a line. Yeah. Here it is. It's from episode 1 apparently. Unless it's probably from Half-Life 2, but it's just the first one that comes up of episode 1. It's like deploy, diagnose, deploy, diagnose, resonance singularity. Well, that's actually not the one I was thinking of. There's one that has stabilize in it. Stable. Oh yeah, there it is. I see it. It's right at the top of freaking Half-Life 2. Code, lock, cauterize, stabilize. I like how to refer to the voice in episode 1 as sick. Sick. Wait. I should go back down to episode 1. Wait, what? Where does it say sick? Bro, Life is Like My Body last week. Ronnie Redkit is the singer in the band Falling in Reverse. Ah, right, right. And the soundscape. Oh, and the soundscapes for the Overwatch. It's called Sick Voice. Interesting. Interesting thing to think about. Yeah, and apparently, I don't remember much from Half-Life Alyx, but there are apparently Overwatch lines in Half-Life Alyx as well. Of course, there will be. But the response code: engage, quell, inquire, flush, update code: flush, escort, continue. Response code: breach, maneuver, inoculate. Overload protocol, angle, cauterize, flash, angle, cauterize, flash, engage, isolate, neutralize. Yeah, I mean it makes sense when you think about it, when you like analyze it. But I often when I'm just like playing the game, I'm like, what is she saying? It just sounds, it's just words. That's why I like that junction, rooster, discordant. Yeah, if you quickly search for the list of episode 1 soundscapes, you should see the name. I was looking at a list of just like Overwatch quotes. But yeah, no, that is interesting to note that it's referred to as Sick Voice in episode 1, because it's like, the Citadel is sick because it's like dying from the explosion. So that's interesting to me that they refer to it like the Overwatch voice. It's almost like that is the voice of the Citadel. So the fact that it's the Citadel's dying, the voice is sick. That's super interesting to me. Also, hey Mecha. Welcome. Let's have a look at this one. Right, yes. Yes, I remember when I think this comes from at the end of episode 1, before episode 2 came out, there was that image that was released, or there was that, I forget if it's an image or if it's a video or what, of Alex hanging from something about to fall and die. And then even in the episode itself, Alex gets like stabbed and she's dying and you have to save her. I believe that all came from the fact that while making episode 2, they had the directive that they had to kill someone. They had to kill one of the main characters. And so it's like, is it going to be Alex? Originally, Dr. Kleiner was going to be killed at one point. It ended up being Eli, of course, but they had like, I wonder if that's why they teased a lot of Alex in peril and stuff like that. It's because they had this whole idea that there was a directive that one of the main characters needed to die in episode 2. Still find it odd how different it sounds in episode 2. Right. Yes. Yeah. Wait, is the Citadel alive? That's the impression I almost get. Is like the Overwatch voice is like directly tied to the Citadel. And you know what the Combine are like, how they have synthetic, they have like synths and biology merged with machine. Yeah, would not surprise me if the Citadel had some sort of like living component that is the Overwatch voice. Yeah. I was another post on your Reddit page. You're gonna have to refresh it once again. Well, I haven't refreshed it for the first time yet, but yes, actually no, I did refresh it, didn't I? I did. No, you're right. I will have to refresh it again. That's all right. I'll refresh it again before the end of the stream. The fuck is Barney? Yes, agreed. Where is Barney? Where has he gone? He took the train to White Forest. Yeah. Yeah. Really basic versions of the animation.
From the beginning of Episode 2's design, we intended for Alex to be gravely injured and fall into a coma. However, the timing and nature of her injury changed dramatically. In the earliest version, the player woke to find Alex already unconscious. We wanted the player to be unsure of what to do, but instead this turned out to be merely confusing. In the next iteration, Alex balanced precariously in the train car near the player, only to slip and fall as the train shifted. This was unsatisfying because we have painted Alex as tough and agile. Around this time, the hunters were coming online, and we were having trouble giving them a really powerful introductory moment. Solving both problems at the same time, we introduced the hunters as the cause of Alex's injury.
Yeah. Bunny got hit with a baseball bat and died. I would hope not. I miss the old vortex. Just same. They made them like slimy, whereas previously they were like rough. And like, yeah. I don't know. I liked the original ones. PS2's forgotten feature.
You know, back in the late 90s, there was innovation everywhere when it comes to game consoles, especially as the generations progressed. And we got to a position where the PS2 was so impressive with its ability to render and process 3D images that we actually kind of figured it could also guide missiles. That was the thing. The UK intelligence at one point had to come out and try to put fears to rest.
I seem to recall that, actually.
I guess it was a bit easier.
There was this thing about like somewhere in the world there being like a room full of PlayStation 2s being used for military purposes. I don't know if it was true, but I remember hearing about that.
Spread rumors back then, since it was harder to look up and find things on places like Twitter, but we also didn't.
PS2 air screen was scary, to be fair.
Give and take there, almost a blissful ignorance, I guess you could say.
It was really deeply upsetting.
I did want to talk about one feature on the PlayStation 2 that has kind of been forgotten at this point, partially because Sony did eventually discontinue and they stopped using it at all now with their systems, but it really wasn't used that effectively, and there are probably many people who have never even experienced it, and that has to do with the PlayStation 2 controller and the pressure-sensitive buttons. Well, we're going to take a look at that here today, some of the uses, and also how it worked. So if you guys enjoyed the video, make sure you like it and subscribe if you're new. So as we made the transition from the original PlayStation to the PlayStation 2, the thing that was obvious to everyone, visually speaking, it was a leap. And I know we had the Dreamcast mixed in there, so we were already kind of seeing what visuals could become, but the PlayStation 2, along with its DVD compatibility that made it really a focal point for the living room in terms of the entertainment side, I mean, it was an incredible thing to see, especially in person with some of these bigger titles. But Sony did also focus on things outside of just visuals. The controller, clearly a big thing you were going to be using going forward, and if it wasn't for that DualShock controller, the leap would have been incredible. It probably would have been the headlining thing next to the visuals, because we would have gone from that original PlayStation controller that had no analog sticks at all, no rumble, to this beast of a controller that people still look back on now as their favorite way to play games. And
good to see you.
It's technically the setup that Sony has run with ever since. But because that DualShock existed, it just didn't seem like as big of a jump, although there were some features in there that were not present with the DualShock that did make their way into DualShock 2 and affected the way games played, with, I think, the pressure-sensitive buttons having the most potential.
Same, I grew up with PlayStation.
The idea here being the buttons were actually
fanboy
analog,
my whole
as
life.
in there are different degrees of sensitivity depending on how hard you press, say, circle when you're playing a game. Now, fun fact,
remember hearing about
the D-pad is also pressure sensitive, and I feel like not many people know that because the focus was primarily on the main 4 face buttons. I believe R1 and L1, same deal there. It has that degree of pressure as you're moving through it that the system can detect. And I did mention that not a lot of games use it in a very meaningful way, which is probably why there's one big example you can think of right now, and it's the most famous one in terms of games, and that's for Metal Gear Solid 2 or 3. The idea being, if you, say, pull out a gun, you can put it away without having to press another button. And in fact, if you're holding down that button, you say square, you can slowly let off of it, and Snake or Raiden will put the gun away as opposed to just start firing all over the place. But we did have other games used it that kind of went under the radar, like Gran Turismo 3 or 4, because R2
DualShock
and
existed
L2,
in the 90s.
we didn't have those analog triggers that we eventually got in later generations from Sony.
DualShock first came out on the PS1 era.
Accelerate depending on how hard you pressed the button. And
yes, looking forward to the Resident Evil remake.
Because it gave us a way to essentially throttle, right, different degrees of acceleration depending on what you're doing, going around a curve or anything like that. But it also meant you had to press really hard, or at least with a fair amount of pressure at all times. Otherwise, your car would slowly start to decelerate. The steering also had pressure sensitivity, which means when you're pressing left or right, if you're using the D-pad, it will have a...
This is fascinating, because I actually had completely forgotten that there was pressure-sensitive buttons on the PS2. But I'd completely forgotten that. However, I remember in Metal Gear Solid 2, specifically, if you just very lightly press down the square button, you aim the gun, but then if you press it a little harder, he fires the gun and then reloads. And so, like, that's something I'd completely forgotten that was even a thing. That's fascinating. Because also, I remember that, I think he says that it was primarily the face buttons, but I'm pretty sure all of the buttons were pressure sensitive. Because I remember R2 and L2 being pressure sensitive in some game. I don't remember what game it is. I've never played RE4, so I can't wait for you to play it for me again. Right? Yeah. Ah, interesting. You can't wait to play PS4. I mean, you can get they're around. You can get PS4s. Play PS1 instead. Then, yeah. Honestly, just play PS2, PS1. You can just emulate them.
Or harsher turn depending on how hard you pressed it. That seems to be the biggest example, though, are driving games. Many of them use pressure-sensitive buttons, and in fact, if you look on the back of the box for a lot of these titles, it has a little section down where it tells you how much space you need on your memory card or how many players it is. It says pressure-sensitive. For example, look on the back of Grand Theft Auto, as it did use those pressure-sensitive buttons when it comes to acceleration when you're driving your car. The bouncer used it, and it wasn't a great...
The bouncer,
because it affected your combos depending on how hard you would want to press the button, and unfortunately ended up being more of a hindrance when you're trying to string together combos with a bunch of enemies around you. Okami did use it in a pretty creative way for the big mechanic in the title, of course, being able to draw with a brush. If you press and hold the button down harder, you will have a thicker line than if you lightly press the button, where it'll be more thin. SOCOM being a bit more competitive, I was surprised that did utilize it in some fashion, which mostly has to do with crouching versus prone. So if you press down the button really hard, you'll just immediately go into prone, whereas if you're a bit lighter with the press, you'll crouch down. So it doesn't seem like the best thing to have to think about when you're fighting in a big-time match online. So let's talk about how Sony was able to accomplish this. And I want to point out, it wasn't just Sony, because Microsoft and their original Xbox controller also utilized pressure-sensitive buttons for their main face buttons, A, B, X, and Y. So it wasn't something that was necessarily specialized for Sony, something that other companies could not do. In fact, there are some third-party controllers that are just now coming out in 2022 or 2023, and it will have pressure-sensitive buttons, and it's because it's unfortunately not as fancy as you might think. First, let's tear down this PS2.
Yeah, 1 second. I was going to say, yeah, I believe, well, technically speaking, the PS2 is the best-selling console of all time. Like, not including handhelds and stuff like that. The PS2 is the best-selling console of all time. The PS2 is the peak of console gaming. So PS2 is in the most, like, cold numerical sense, the PS2 was the best console of all time. Yeah, I like the modernizations they've made with the modern controllers. I haven't got my hands on a PS5 yet, so I don't know if that's what that's like, but I love PS1. PS1's such a PS1 games, PS1 console. PS1 console did really well as well. I think the Wii U beat it out though. If I recall, best selling consoles. PS3 or 4? No, I think. Oh, and the PS4 actually beat it too. Okay, no, it wasn't the Wii. The Wii actually didn't beat the PS1. So, in order of just non-handheld, just home consoles, it goes it goes PS2, PS4, and then PlayStation 1. What? That's fascinating. I really thought this is not including handhelds. Nintendo DS is second. With PS apparently, according to Wikipedia, best-selling game consoles, PS2 right at the top, DS, Game Boy, then PS4, then Nintendo Switch, then the PlayStation 1, then the Wii, then PS3, then Xbox 360. Yeah, several of those are handhelds or hybrid consoles. According to this list, the only like proper home consoles right at the top are all PlayStations. PS2, PS4, and PlayStation are right at the top. Best-selling consoles. Fascinating. I really thought it was different than that. Personally, I wouldn't mind if you play more PS2 or PS1 games. I'm excited to hear that, honestly, because I really want to. I love old retro games. Sorry for the background noise. Mark's making chips. Mark's making some air fry chips. Yeah, I love old retro games, and so to be able to go back and play my PS1 and PS2 games, I'll be happy to do so. I think that you need to know for Xbox and PlayStation controllers, letters and shapes. Yes, that is true. I like my triangle, circle, X, square. But I've gotten used to the Xbox setup as well, the A, B, X, Y. I can't handle the switches reversed, freaking A and B. Whose idea was to do that? Who decided that they were going to reverse the A and B on Nintendo consoles? They should be shot. There's an industry standard now. A at the bottom. And A for accept. B for back. The thing is that on PlayStation, X was supposed to be cancel and circle was supposed to be confirm. That's why it's like confusing. It's like back to front in some ways for the Japanese audience. Like Japanese games released in the West used to have circle as accept. And so like if you were playing Metal Gear Solid 1 for instance or Metal Gear Solid 2, in order to go through the menus, you had to press circle to confirm a menu choice. And that was always like baffling because in Japanese a circle is like a tick. It's like a confirm thing, whereas X is a cancel. I don't know why in the West it was decided that X was the confirm one and circle was the cancel one. But the shapes are all supposed to represent something. Confirmation, cancellation. This was supposed to be a map or like a menu. This was supposed to be like a box, like a piece of paper or a map or a menu or something like that. And the triangle was supposed to be like your head or something up, like a head shape thing. So like in some games it turned into like the aiming button or something like that. But then very quickly it was realized that idea of those things, like there's so many better like button configurations, so that they kept the shapes, but they lost all meaning from what they originally were intended by Sony back in 1994. Or whenever it was that PlayStation 1 was released. Xbox fans be like, nonsense! Yeah, the Xbox never did super well. And wait, did that thing say in that list of best-selling consoles, Xbox 360 was below PS3, wasn't it? It was. Weird, because I always thought it was the other way around. I thought the Xbox 360 was the only Xbox controller that did better than the corresponding PlayStation one. But no, according to this list, as of the latest notes, I suppose, as of the latest sales reports, the PS3 did better than the Xbox, sold better than the Xbox 360. God, I remember having arguments with my friends over PlayStation or Xbox back in the day. Holy crap. PlayStation 6. I hope that I can get a PlayStation 5 before PlayStation 6 gets announced. My PlayStation 10. They'll call it the... No, I hope Sony doesn't. I really hope Sony realizes that mistake. I was going to say, Sony will call it the PSX and just confuse the shit out of everyone trying to reference things. Because PSX is currently used for referencing PlayStation 1 related stuff. PS360. Oh my god. Amelia? Who's Amelia? Used to play the first Godfather game? Ah, I've never played it. Ah. Right. Yeah, I'll have to add it. I have to take a look and see if I can get my hands on it. Oh, Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, Metal. Sorry. Yeah, sometimes I do slur my words a bit. It's called Metal Gear Solid. It's I mean, if 11. Do I have any of them here? No. Do I have them here? No. Damn it. Where would I have put it? And would I have put it in the shooter category? Shit, I thought I just had a category for it. Mission-based shooter category? No. Shit. Where would I put it? Maybe I didn't put it in a category yet. Maybe that's still in my, like, these ones. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's under stealth. Of course it is. Yeah, the Metal Gear Solid games. This is the latest, the very last one that they released with Hideo Kojima. Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain. And there was a prologue version called Ground Zeroes. And I have not played either of these yet. But I've played basically every other Metal Gear Solid game. Do I have any other ones? If I go to stealth. Any others on Steam? I don't know, actually. One second. Metal Gear. Oh, there's Metal Gear Rising. What's this? Oh, it's a movie. The heck? Is it like cutscenes from all the... Yeah, it's a cutscenes from a bunch of the games. You must own Phantom Pain to watch this video. Weird. It's not a game, it's a movie. I can add it to my library for... But what the heck is... Yeah, Metal Gear Solid. Oh my god. There's no way to just disable DLCs, games only? No? Okay, it looks like it's just the two modern ones they have on Steam. But yeah, anyway, let's leave that there. Let's keep moving.
Controller, which is one that I got off of eBay, and I had the idea of trying to refurbish it as much as I could so that it felt like it would out of the box. Fortunately, just a couple of Phillips head screws. The back does pull
PS1
off
and
from
PS1
there,
are
at
not
which
the
point
same.
you do want to pay attention
Yeah,
to the
it's true.
different shoulder buttons at the top. They have to kind of slide
PS1
back in, and they have a
zero
ribbon cable
NE
that goes
or ONE, sorry.
underneath of the rubber footing at the top.
That
Just
is
a
the
couple
little.
screws
That's
to
the
then
that's the
remove
mini
board,
one.
at which point we can take a look at what exactly causes this pressure sensitivity to work with these different face buttons. Again, it does go between the D-pad and your main face buttons with circle, triangle, square, and cross. Looking at the rubber
It's not
feet
cross,
on the
it's
back,
X.
though,
Circle,
you can
triangle,
see something
square,
a bit
and X.
interesting. Instead of having a flat
Who
bottom
calls it
to
cross?
it, as you would have most buttons, which the idea for the button here, you press down and it will create a connection. When you press it, it will then break it when you release, that letting the system know that you are pressing that individual button or direction on the D-pad. In this instance, though, what Sony did was used a curved bottom to it, as well as some modified pads that would work to detect how much of that pad was being pressed down in terms of the resistance. Because when you normally go to press down in a bit of a lighter fashion with pressure, the center part of that curved dome will touch. As you press harder and harder, more of that dome will flatten out and create a better connection. Which means, and this is kind of neat, it can detect all the way through that movement. So it's not just when it's light or when it's pressing really hard. That entire way through can be detected. Unfortunately, it just wasn't really utilized in that fashion as much. I guess the racing games would be the best way to display it, or at least have someone experience what exactly that little pressure-sensitive box on the back of their PS2 case means. And it's kind of funny because back then we looked at the PlayStation 2 as being this incredible device that could pull off some of the most amazing visual.
It's like I'm so used to PCs where it's like there's always a way to get it to work. Like old PC games, you can still make them work in modern PCs. Sometimes it's difficult, but you can always get them to work. The fact that the PS4 and PS5 have like, I think PS5 has PS4 backwards compatibility, but like that beyond that, there's like no backwards compatibility. It just makes me so sad. I'm like, no, make it more expensive, but make it able to play all the previous games, please. I know that's not how it works. Console gaming is inherently different, but like the only other way I could be happy with it is if they kept selling the old consoles, so I could still buy them years down the line. Are you sure about that? They're remaking Metal Gear Solid? Are you sure about that? They've remade it before. I never played the remake because it was only available on like other consoles I didn't have. Yeah, waiting for the day we can play any disc in a console. Yeah,
had great sound and it played DVDs, and features like pressure sensitivity we were kind of curious about. We didn't know how it worked, and turns out it was just a curved piece of rubber on the bottom. Now, after the PlayStation 2 wound down and we had the PlayStation 3, Sony did carry over the pressure-sensitive buttons to the DualShock
as you were saying
3,
earlier,
the 6-axis controller.
The PS3 still had them. Nathan, as Nathan was saying,
the PlayStation 4, they discontinued that feature and it did not make its way into the DualShock 4. And there are a couple reasons why. The biggest one is the only places I really see it utilized that helped out with gameplay was in racing games, and at that point, we had analog triggers, so wasn't really needed necessarily for any of the face buttons.
I was gonna say that's the thing with the PS4 controller is that it's not, it might not have it for the buttons, the face buttons, but there's the variable triggers that have like they have multiple levels of detection based on the depth of pressing the controller in. But yeah, the PS3 controller in that regards is one of the more advanced ones where it's had the Sixth Sense motion, but it also had the pressure sensitive buttons. The only thing the PS3 controller didn't have is the touchpad and the speaker. The touchpad and the speaker make the PS4 controller very fascinating. Thank God for emulators, yes. Thank God for emulators. Just make an upgrade of the PS2 controller again, yeah. That's the thing. They made the PS1 classic, which I know it bombed, but they should make a PS2 classic. Now they should. What I've always said this is that they should do reruns of the consoles every now and then. Just literally remake the original consoles, because I'm sure there are people who would be willing to buy them, and buy them at a jacked up price as well. Oh dear. Imagine a console that could play any cartridge disc just by placing it on a platform. Yes, I would love that. I would love that, Zach. That was the dream of any gamer of back in the day, you know. Being able to have a console that could play Xbox games, play PlayStation games, play Nintendo games, cartridge disc, whatever, SD card, play the handheld ones. That'd be so nice. Just have one device that you could just go back and relive anything like that. That's the PC. The PC is the answer to that. The PC, you can get peripherals to plug in all sorts into a PC, and PCs can emulate all of them. That's the only thing, is that that's the problem, is that systems. The reason that consoles are hard to, they're often hard to emulate, or there's games that just don't emulate well, is because the hardware was expected to be a specific configuration, and consoles had a very specific hardware configuration, so games were like lent into that really heavily. And when you suddenly don't have that hardware, and you've got like way better hardware, but it's not that specific architecture, suddenly those games that lent really hard into that specific architecture, they don't work properly. They have problems, bugs, and issues. Because there's like, some games used quirks in the way that the original hardware worked to make themselves function the way they do. And with those quirks, like, ironed out, like bugs removed, they suddenly can't exploit that bug to get those features to work the way they wanted it to. So the emulation will never really work exactly right, unless you can find that exact, like, part it's trying to exploit and like replicate it in software. Yeah. Nintendo making new Wii now. I never played the Wii much. I played it at a couple of friends' houses, but I never owned one. I still use all the emulation I do on the channel. They're all games I actually own. So I'm not breaking any laws as far as I know, emulating the way I do. Nintendo Xbox 2 crossover game system. Piracy is no party. I miss that thing. I love the you wouldn't steal a car. Piracy is stealing.
2, I guess it wasn't as reliable of a button press, because to get the entirety of that dome to make connection with the board or ribbon cable underneath of it, you had to press pretty hard. It just ended up being a feature that wasn't utilized as much, I'm sure, as Sony was hoping out of the factory, and it might have been one that was borderline as
John.
it was
yeah.
anyway.
The Wii U just didn't live up to what they
never
wanted it
became
to,
a focal point
to
for
be.
any one game. However, from the engineering side, I think it's pretty interesting to see how they were able to come
and
up
lots of
with
people
it.
were like,
and for the games that do support it,
I think the biggest problem with the Wii U was that people didn't think it was a new console. People thought the Wii U was a peripheral to the Wii. So the Wii U kind of bombed because people were like, I'm not going to pay several $100s for a thing that is just a peripheral to something I've already paid hundreds of dollars for. So the Wii U like bombed in terms of sales because, yeah, no one bought it. Oh, pardon me.
And you have, say, an official PlayStation 2 controller, one of the newer third-party controllers that supports it. It's kind of a fun thing to try out.
Whereas the Switch succeeded in all the ways that the Wii U failed. It's kind of like the Wii U was the Switch retro. It was like the prototype Switch. The Wii U was big, bulky, and it was seen as being a peripheral to a console. Whereas the Switch, they made sure the marketing showed was like, the Switch, it can be like docked, and you can have it like a TV experience, or you can like take it out and take it with you, and you can roam. And they always showed it being played in like a plane or a bus. You know, they made sure that like all the marketing around the Switch was like, this is its own thing, but you can also sit down at a TV and play it like a console. It's like the reverse Switch. Sorry, the reverse Wii U, where the Wii U was constantly shown off as being like, it works with the Wii. It's like it can function with the Wii and also play games and stuff like that. The fact that it was like paired up with the Wii, like marketing wise and like logic wise, it was always shown as being like being used in tandem. People thought of it as being only a peripheral. Whereas, yeah, the Switch, they made sure to hammer home that it's like, this thing is the console. And you're going to be able to run around with it. You're going to be able to use it anywhere you want. And you're going to be able to, at the end of the day, sit down at home and plug it in and play it like a console. And so, yeah, they learned their lesson from the Wii U to make the Switch what it is. You download ROMs from the internet. Yeah, I used to do that a lot as well. But yeah. Is something like that even scientifically possible? Well, as I was saying, Zach, I think the PC is the answer to that. You can get peripherals for the PC to do pretty much anything. And getting the fact that you can have a disc reader, you could theoretically create a cartridge reader. But I just think that would be incredibly niche. But I'm sure you can still, to this day, you can probably still get, like, floppy disk readers, and you can still get SD card readers and stuff like that for the PC. So you should be able to get, like, a cartridge reader, and then hook that up with with an emulator playing Nintendo 64 stuff. 107 dislikes. Yeah, I have dislikes enabled, so I can see them. But dislikes have gone down dramatically since people can't see the dislike button anymore. It has to be said, I've noticed. Like, the amount of people actually disliking things has reduced dramatically. For good or bad, that has happened.
And see exactly what made a device like the PS2 or the PS3 fairly unique for its time, as again, it was kind of left behind and not something that's really talked about much.
The new Valve
anymore.
VR heads, it will be like
same. Feature with
so
the PlayStation
fascinating.
2. But let me know what you guys think about the pressure-sensitive buttons on the PlayStation 2, the original Xbox, or even the PlayStation.
Anyway, let's move on. I love talking about old console stuff. I agree. The Switch is what the Wii U should have been. Yes, yeah. However, the Switch feels like it cut a branch of stuff that made the other ones more lively. Right. It doesn't even have a menu theme. Unacceptable. You dislike the stream? How could you? Make me cry. You're gonna make Banana cry. You can't dislike the stream. If I recall, the Index 2 is supposed to use hand finger tracking. Yes, I recall hearing that too. The accuracy of that, yay! Thank you, Chris. The accuracy of whether the finger tracking thing is real or not, I'm not sure, but I had heard that too.
I was in a virtual meeting yesterday, and this dude would not stop making eye contact with me. It was creepy, but also fake. He used NVIDIA's new eye contact AI. I was reading up about it on CNET, then found out that ChatGPT replaced human authors there months ago, and nobody even noticed. This made me depressed, so I cuddled my Mouflin artificial pet to get some fake emotional gratification. I then went to my local art gallery, but I only found artificial art generated by Midjourney, like this Bob Ross piece, minus the happy little accidents. When I got back to my sleeping pod, I was hungry, so I pushed a button to generate some nutrient paste formulated for my body based on biofeedback from my Neuralink. Finally, I settled down with my VR headset to watch Mission Impossible 23, but realized Tom Cruise actually died 42 years ago, and we just keep deepfaking him thanks to Face Swap on GitHub. I was in a virtual meeting yesterday, and this dude would not stop making eye contact with me. It was creepy, but also fake. He used NVIDIA's new eye contact AI. I was reading up about it.
That's so weird. That's so freaky. Yeah, and yeah, that's such a dystopian view of the future. Beware the clown. Oh.
This should make you feel better.
Oh god, what is he ejecting?
Don't fuck up now, boy.
Dr. Coomer? Yeah. That's horrifying. Horrifying. PS2 and PS3 do look the same. The controller looks almost identical between PS2 and PS3. The big difference is that I don't have a PS3 controller on me, but I can just use this as an example. The PS3 controller has a button just like this, except it's more like in the center, like here. And instead of what used to be down here on the PS2 controller was a analog digital switch. Yeah, the analog digital switch was for games that used like the some of them used the it was actually really for the PS1. PS1 games, some games only supported D-pad and some games only supported the freaking joysticks. I can't remember the name of it. And so, yeah, like there was an analog digital switch for old PS1 games. And that carried over to PS2, and then with the PS3 they removed the analog digital thing in favor of having a PlayStation like home button in the middle, and then the only other thing that's different is that it's wireless. The PS2 and PS2 ones are almost all wired controllers. PS3 had the first official fully wireless controller setup. No, Fireboy, don't dislike the stream. Fireboy, you'll make the banana sad. You'll make Mr. Banana sad if you dislike the stream. Emotional manipulation. Can't wait for the update with the moment you dislike a video or stream. It's just gone forever. No second chance to find it and like it. Yeah. I hate the YouTube shorts that loop because sometimes it takes a minute to realize, wait, I just saw this. Yes, I also hate that. I don't know why that's the trend. Why is that like, why do people constantly try and make it so that the start and end of shorts link together? The only thing I can think of is it like leads to watch time or something, or it makes them feel clever. I hate it. Personally, I hate it because like you never get resolution really with those ones. It always feels like feels like there's always more to hear or to listen to. Yeah. Oh, the clown scientists. The only words I recognized were the like "you fucked up, son" or something like that.
This should make you feel better.
And then it gets cut off. This should make you feel better.
You don't fuck up now, boy.
I don't know what he says right at the start, but it says something along the lines of "you fucked up now, boy." Anyway. Oh, it's this creator. I've watched enough of this creator's stuff before. I think I actually am still subscribed to them, so I've already seen this video. I'll just move on. A gem. Or am I?
Most recently,
I might not be subscribed, but I see there's.
We decided to try to answer that question in the context of a product announcement. We said, why don't we partner with our customers? Let's use this as an opportunity to bring them in, where they have as much of a role in bringing this new product forward. You know, we'll start off by doing an update to a 3-year-old game and plant clues throughout this so that they can figure out that something's going on and decode satellite data and so on. And so I wanted to touch really briefly on that and answer some of these questions that are in the minds of our fans about what we're going to do. So I'm going to go and talk about that next.
Thank you, Fireboy.
Okay, this isn't working.
This is a classic. This is such a throwback.
So that's what I get for working at Microsoft. So I was pretty close to the end of my presentation anyhow. And I just want to thank everybody here for the award. And especially I wanted to thank my wife, Lisa, for being here tonight and for being here for all those years. So good luck figuring it out, and thanks again.
Is this not the... Was that not the reveal? Ah, was that different? Because the Portal 2 reveal worked almost the exact same way. Weird. I thought that was the Portal 2 reveal where because in the Portal 2 reveal, Gabe Newell, I guess no, that was for that happened at the PlayStation Awards thing, a PlayStation announcement thing, didn't it? At the PlayStation conference thing they had, the big old PlayStation stage, Gabe Newell showed up, and people were like, "Oh my God, it's Gabe Newell at a PlayStation thing," and because Gabe Newell had always previously said that they'll never work with PlayStation, they nah, not working with PlayStation. But then for Portal 2, they worked directly with Sony to release it on PlayStation 3. And they basically had to they literally apologized. Gabe Newell apologized on stage for all the years of trash talking Sony and PlayStation, because they had a real good relationship with Sony over the course of getting Portal 2 to work on PlayStation, because Sony was willing to be like, you can put Steam on the PlayStation if you want. And so Gabe Newell and Valve were like, oh, fuck yeah. I think it's the only game that uses Steam on PlayStation 3, but they actually got it all functioning so that Valve could just update the game for PS3 without having to go through Sony's update system. I think that was the idea. And then also, it meant that you could have full server connections functioning with PC. Yeah. And on the stage, they did that whole shtick where it's like blue screens, and they're like, oh no, it's blue screening, but it has like GLaDOS as the freaking operating system. I didn't realize that actually happened prior to that announcement. Anyway, what's this?
Big interview with Mark Sargent.
Oh, no, wait. No, go back. Oh my God, I knew it was going to do that. God damn it. Let's just refresh. Oh. Whatever you just posted, it's not available in my country. I'm assuming that's the music thing. I probably can't watch it.
Spoke to, the more skeptical and frustrated I became. It was unprofessional, but when the time came for my big interview with Mark Sargent, I just didn't give a fuck anymore.
You're one of the biggest dick swingers in the flat earth game. So, no offence.
No, that's right.
And when I say no offence, it means you can't get offended by what I say next.
I won't.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
And your whole life is a lie.
Well, I've heard that before. I became a flat earther because I tried to disprove it or debunk it.
But do you not think the reason you can't debunk it is because you're a fuckwit?
No, I'm a pretty clever problem solver.
How do you prove the earth is flat?
By not finding the curve.
So flat earth is not something you can prove, it's just you can disprove the round globe.
Exactly.
That's bad. That sounds shoddy.
I don't make up these rules. It's lawyers' rules. The stars and the planets are just pretty little lights. The sun and the moon are just bigger lights.
Like what, is it an LED display or something? What is it?
Probably a little better than that.
Okay, look, this is ridiculous. Okay, just sorry, I don't mean to belittle your views.
It's okay.
But fuck your views.
This can't even exist on its own. It needs a solar system, a sun, and a galaxy around that, a universe around that.
Your one needs a fucking LED screen.
Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. Ask some questions.
So you were in a Netflix documentary.
Yep.
And how'd that go?
It went pretty well. We shot...
Bad. It went bad.
No, okay. I'm trying to put a positive spin on this. Turned out our biggest recruiting tool to date. In fact, a third of the 18 to 24s were on board with this. And they...
So dumb fucks.
Call it what you want.
People who don't know shit.
Well, there you go.
Mark had one good point.
Australian journalism. At least he sounds Australian to me. He could be a Wellingtonian. Some of the more southern New Zealanders sound kind of Australian. That's some Australian journalism right there. It sounds like it's the same in New Zealand. It'd be the same. Fuckwits and dumb cunts. WWE might not be available. No, it's there are all sorts of weird copyright rules when it comes to TV and movies and music. But whatever the case, what is this? What is this? Jerry Seinfeld in Pulp Fiction.
You read the Bible, bro. Yes. Oh, there's this passage I got memorized.
There is a claim for Pulp Fiction.
Ezekiel 25:17. Name of charity and goodwill, brother's keeper and the founder of law's truth. And I will strike down upon thee with great
fucking laugh track.
and fury. Lord, when I lay my vengeance.
Waiting for the moment.
Nah, you
Oof. Yes. Oh god, I accidentally did that again. I love those crossovers. Joan posted me a thing a while ago of it. What was it? It was there was the Home Alone in what movie was it? There's those videos that Joan posted to me that were like Home Alone in this other movie thing, or this character in this this Shrek in, is it Fallout or something? And they work so well. It's so good. I have seen this video, by the way, so I should probably skip it. Home Alone and RE8, that's what it was. Yeah. Kevin McAllister in Resident Evil 8. So good. Yeah, this was a really good video. If anyone hasn't seen this, highly recommend checking it out. I watched it the other day. Let's watch a little bit of it.
If I die, something feels weird in my brain right now.
I'm gonna jump to this pure...
Now it just seems like all human life is gone and Earth has started to reclaim whatever was here. Gordon Freeman has awoken in Aperture Science, a dilapidated version of post-Portal 2 Aperture Science, and has this this robot arm attached to him. This robot arm allows Gordon Freeman to effectively utilize the Rubicon physics system within Source 2, and was the main thing that was driving Half-Life 3's development at this point. We're talking like 2013, 2014, 2015. And they really wanted to push what was possible with this new physics engine in the same way that Havoc pushed the gravity gun in the development of Half-Life 2. Rubicon and this basic thermodynamic simulation arm thing that effectively turned Gordon into the last airbender was the thing that pushed forward Half-Life 3. He could control basic elements, changing the temperature of objects, changing the size of objects. Bunch of stuff happens. Gordon escapes from Aperture Science and sees a city in the distance. Turns out Gordon somehow made it to the destroyed ruins of North America, and one of the few remaining urban centers that are still controlled by the Combine is in the distance. This is a very dark city that is still run by the Combine. Because of the events that had taken place, what had happened over 20 years later, they have an iron grip on everything, and the version of City 17 that you saw in Half-Life 2 felt like a vacation home compared to what actually existed now. Gordon hears of the rustlings of the remaining rebellion still existing in the outskirts of the city and rejoins them. However, at this point, it feels as if Gordon is a curse instead of the Messiah. Gordon seems like everything he touches dies, and you find out that Alex and Eli and Kleiner have all passed away because of their fighting within the last 20 years. Given how Half-Life Alyx turned out, this can no longer be considered canon, and hell, this was canceled like almost a decade ago, but the game had you trying to break out of the city which effectively was almost just like a prison camp. You were accounted for, you could not leave, you were forced to do very difficult menial tasks just to pass the time, and humans themselves were almost used like a natural resource that were grown and then harvested for things to be able to benefit the Combine instead of, you know, supplement human life. So you eventually do try and figure out a way to escape, but pretty much everybody that you were traveling with dies in the process. You're now alone with the plan in the back of your minds that this rebellion had in mind, and that is, on the outskirts of City 17 is one of the dilapidated cremator factories. Your goal was to try and get to the cremator factory, reinstate all of the cremators, and try and get them to fight on your side to at least take over this city. So as I was told, you would get up to the city, see it in the distance, and that was pretty much as far as they got in the vertical slice that they were developing. The game got canceled because of some internal conflict.
Our world's right now.
Everything that had taken place with Facebook at the time kind of threw a wrench into everything that they were developing. Valve had kept doing a bunch of these massive layoffs, and a couple of the higher-ups just didn't see value in continuing the traditional 2D first-person shooter and truly wanted to push everything towards virtual reality. So you had some of the basic concepts be recycled into E1M1 and Hot Dog, and of course that turned into Half-Life Alyx at the end. But you also had stuff like the procedural generation quest.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a really interesting look at what they had planned for the next Half-Life game, Half-Life thing. It's quite interesting to me because depending on who you talk to, depending on who is responsible for, depending on who you hear it from, the different Half-Life games have such different outcomes, or the intentions of the games are so different. Like Mark Laidlaw, for instance, he was the lead writer of the Half-Life series, and in almost every instance where he was writing out the story for the games, the story has ended up shifting quite drastically from his original vision. And it's the same with he wrote his Epistle 3, which was like a legally distinct what he would write for Episode 3. And his Episode 3 is so very different from what they were sounding like they were doing their Half-Life 3 at that stage there. Such a very different story. I just had a funny thought, just Combine advisors trash talking each other over the internet. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Half-Life co-op with viewers was a huge mistake. It's in 34 minutes. I can't watch this.
Okie doke. I
can watch a little bit of it.
We are going to start Half-Life 1. Oh wait, here it is. Chapters 1 through 8. Through the store. Through the store. Why is player collision a thing? Get out of my way, you freaks.
Remember when we thought this was a good idea?
Hey, are you in the other room?
Yes. I'm in the...
Click the console that says Chapter 1 if you can. Oh dear, this is... Seizure.
I was gonna say, it was already chaos enough when there was like, what?
Seems that the train
5 of us?
unstable.
6 of us?
Oh my word.
Oh, player collision has now been enabled.
Oh wait, you know what? Okay, well I got kicked from the server anyway.
What? Oh no! Mahogany just got locked out.
Oh my gosh, the guy in chat who's like, yes, I'm joining, and then he's like, wait, oh. I'm like, bro.
They just increased my pay to $8 an hour.
Oh my god.
Considering you got kicked.
Oh wait.
I just disconnected.
Oh, that's because you disconnected. Okay.
Now would be a good time for everybody to leave.
Yeah, it was buggy and a mess enough. But actually, they were doing a Half-Life 2 one. Wait. Go back in. Jump ahead.
Now I just want to know who cares.
Jump.
Here it is. Half-Life 2
Oh,
I'm in.
Yes. Okay, I can put the IP up now. Why are there elites here? They were never there before. What the heck? It's such an odd change. This is so much more peaceful than Seven Co-op.
Yeah.
There's just as many people.
Yay!
I keep accidentally right-clicking
so
just because my hand is like
Probably
relaxing on the
bringing up
mouse.
chat.
Everybody took it upon themselves to liven things up a bit by simultaneously screaming.
Oh, Mr. Beast is in the game.
Yay, dude, another collab. We're on a roll
Mr.
today.
The most subscribed to YouTube channel. How can you read chat?
This iteration of
That
Half-Life 3 could be its
surprised me
own
for a
game.
second, I forgot
Yeah, like what they should do is rather than make it Half-Life 3, it could just be its own thing within the Half-Life universe.
Door could open.
Tell me.
Yeah,
why does Steam VR keep.
I'm pro that idea. Like, you don't have to make every game in the sequence. Like, they made Half-Life Alyx. It proves that they can make stories other than just straight Gordon stories that take place in the Half-Life universe at any time. Like that story that they were doing where it's, I know it's Aperture Science, but Aperture Science has been destroyed. They don't have to go post Portal 2 Aperture Science. They could just be another division of Aperture Science where he gets his like avatar hand and is able to manipulate stuff. They could just do that in its own story. That's one of the things I mentioned before is like I love what they decided to do with, I love how they Aperture for Valve is their like go to if they want to do like a side project, something that's just like a fun tech demo-y thing. They use Aperture as like a framing device for it. I love that because that it doesn't necessarily need to be canon, doesn't need to be in the story. Just using that as like a framework for other stories is fun and interesting, and you can have the humor from Portal bleed into it. Yeah, like Aperture Desk Job. I know they made that sort of semi-canon, or no, it's not semi-canon. It's a possible look into an alternate version of the story. Is that what it is? I forget how they described it, but it's like, yeah, and you got the lab, and you got things like that where it's like it's Aperture themed, but it's not necessarily in line with any particular part of the story or even canon in any way. Yeah, they could do that too. They could do other Half-Life like world stuff. I want to see a Half-Life Barney also in VR, like Half-Life Alyx. I want to see a Half-Life Barney. I want it to be even earlier than Half-Life Alyx. I want it to be like have some snippets of Black Mesa in there, and then have like post Black Mesa world combine. I want to see the 7-hour war. That's what I want to see. I want to see Barney in the late stages of the Black Mesa incident and the early stages of Combine capture, seizure of Earth. And I want to see the 7-hour war. I think that would be a really cool game. Getting to see that either side of that world. Yeah. I see one more video, by the way. I don't know if you plan on to hit off earlier. No, I'm gonna
open every time I.
Oh, we
launch
might
it.
hit off earlier, depending on if I finish everything. But I want to call it Half-Life Barney. The game we play as a Vortigon one. Yes, they proved the concept with the end of Half-Life Alyx. That would be super cool. I don't want to spoil. I just realized by saying that I'm like, if anyone hasn't played it, no spoilers. Aperture Desk Job was a different timeline or something. Yes, I remember hearing that. As soon as I said it was canon, I was like, wait, no, it isn't canon, but it's one of those like multiverse theory ideas, isn't it? Not canon to the original story. That's all I know. Yeah, it's part of the multiverse thing, isn't it? Because that was the thing. That was the other thing with the later stages of Portal 2 and Aperture development was that they added the perpetual testing initiative, which then opened up the possibility of having infinite worlds you can work with that all have a version of Aperture that is different from the one that we have in the main game. So any of them could be like, you can do a story and it could be in any of the realms of, it could still be canon, but like a different world with different history and different outcomes and different everything. So yeah, canonicity becomes like meaningless in the perpetual testing initiative world of Aperture. And so you can do anything with Aperture. I love that. I love that idea. Because Aperture is such a unique and interesting... they have such an interesting way about them that you can put a lot of interesting stories in there. Anyway.
Energy.
Combine Vorts.
Uninstall Steam Field.
Ooh. Zombine
Not a
Vorts.
bad
And
idea,
yeah.
Wow, that felt like a real apartment raid with how many people
Or zombie
were trying to
vorts.
escape and screaming, "The boys!"
I wonder if head crabs can actually land, like, take over Vortigauns, because you'd think if they could, you'd see that more in Zen and in Half-Life 1 and stuff like that. But they never did that.
Everyone left me behind.
Makes me think that
Well,
Vortigauns
we're not gonna sit around and
are
wait for
immune
uninstall
to
Steam Field.
head crabs.
Alex. Imagine being Alex.
Maybe not,
on
I don't
this
know.
Part. And instead
Oh
of
my
Gordon
God.
Freeman, it's just like 12 guys.
Yeah, she's just like looking down at an amalgamation of all the players.
That was the most awkward eye contact I've ever had in a video game. This is the second most awkward eye contact.
Or they might have something that's unique about them that makes head crabs difficult. Head crab on a head crab? Yeah.
Alex is just sitting there like staring
Yeah,
at
maybe
us
it's hard for head crabs to
this look on her
parasitize
face, like,
Vortigauns. But
she's just
but you could have the situation where like Combine have found a way to force the head crab to couple with a Vortigaunt. And so you get this weird Vortine? Or zombie, no, head crab Vort. I don't know. Zombine works really well, but I can't think of a Zort. It's a Zort. Or Zortigaunt. Zortigaunt. Or yeah, Zombigaunt. Zortigaunt. Or when SpongeBob watched porn on episode of SpongeBob. I don't remember that. Anyway, we should move on. That's hilarious. I should do that sometime. Play Portal 2 co-op. I bought a 1998 Toyota Corolla. Is this another one of those car ones that I just don't really...
Oh, the fleet grows.
Yeah, it's one of these ones that like...
But this is pretty good. Just lots of kicking back. It's windy and cold today.
Yeah, I don't really understand. I'm not a car guy. Actually, I shouldn't give it the upvote. Okay, so now we're in the end game here. I think we'll listen to Orange's soundtrack right at the end. Oh, the end game. Yep. I was gonna say, Orangey, do you mind if we do this right at the end? So it's like the very last thing we react to. Okay. Because I think there's not much else above it. Oh, actually, a few things have been posted, I see. But this is it. This is the last thing we'll watch is up here. So, we'll just quickly whip through these other videos.
Oh, hi, Negative Tigger! Santa accidentally made me black with orange stripes. And instead of being happy, I'm sad. Especially when my friends abbreviate my name from Negative Tigger.
Okay, yeah. I can see where this is going. I'm just not gonna... I can't chance that. Yeah. Okay. Just like you got copyright claimed, Chris, I probably can't watch this because it will get me copyright claimed. It's... I probably cannot watch this. I can skim it, but I cannot watch it.
Working on that. But
The bees, but with muscles.
things like to hide in your blood. I told you so.
What the heck?
Told you. Whatever comes through it is your problem.
And this is a friendship that will never ever end.
You know what? I'm weirded out. Well, the fact that your one has been blocked in my country, your re-upload of it has been blocked in my country. This is definitely gonna get the stream blocked. Yeah, I have been blocked by WWE before. And when I say blocked, I don't mean just like copyright claimed. I mean the stream gets restricted and no one can watch it, and I have to cut out the section before anyone can even see it. Copyright claim is not so bad because people can still see it and go back and view it. But a copyright block means that no one can see it. It's basically it's shadow banned. It's hidden from YouTube. So like this, like this video, where I can't even see it. It's just the video is just gone. Thank you. So no one can see it. I have been delivered food. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I have food in front of me. Only if it's not like something like this. It's... Oh, hey Thomas. Are you also eating chips? Ah, yeah. Mark made me some loaded fries. So there's chips, but then there's also bacon and like chili. Netflix being a meanie right now. Mark food reveal. Yeah. Oh, Netflix. Sorry, there's some stuff got spilled. 1 second. They used to be such a powerhouse. And now they're just sad. What the? Let me find one of them. I'll probably step on one later. But it's all good. We'll see, Chris. Yeah, no, well, it depends on what you posted. It depends on what you posted. Okay, yeah, so that I don't think is. So yes, you're safe in this case. What is this? Yeah, once again, WWE. it's just not worth taking the risk. Stream sniping at a cheater until he rage quits. Oh. Oh, you're right. I see.
This is where the fun begins.
Daddy, come to daddy. What? I'm gonna get him, man. I'm gonna fuck him up. Destroy my pieces. Alright, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, cheaters who, when they get basically a taste of their own medicine.
Hold still.
Fuck you too, man.
That's
Fuck you, man.
The fact that it's Miguel every time. Okay, I'm gonna skip the. Oh. Wait. Oh, right, yeah, once again.
Oh, I knew it, that's right.
Oh dear.
Nice shot.
Oh, I see that motherfucker. Hey, this two bitches.
Get a big one right between your eyes.
Yeah, that's right, motherfucker. Yeah. Fuck you.
I'm gonna fuck you up right now.
Let's keep lying down.
You and everybody else.
It's just sad.
Yeah, that's right.
Why even play the game if you're gonna play
Expect
like
me,
this?
huh? Nah, I'm just not motherfucking everything.
It's all good. It's all good. Chris.
Intelligence has returned our the wrong man, motherfucker. You want me to double slap and I'm gonna fuck you up.
Get bloody going. Bloody Hogan.
Whoops, my bad. Damn it. Oh, that's the motherfucker. I need to get him, man. We have taken the Thanks,
Oh, damn it. I'm trying to skip the, like, downtime.
Oh, fuck.
Where's Miguel? It's only funny because he's the guy who's streaming is a fucking cheater.
I'm gonna blow the inside of your head.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah, so basically, Chris, if you don't fully understand what's going on, like, basically, Miguel is stream sniping your boy T-Con Twitch, because your boy T-Con Twitch is using, those hacks to make it so you headshot every shot, basically.
Son of a bitch, man.
You land every shot.
Okay. You know what? I'm being too nice. I'm really gonna fucking love it. Being too nice.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I'll get Oh, fuck you, bitch ass. Disgusting game.
Oh my god, it's gonna find a new server. Oh, for a second there, I thought he was gonna go to a new server, and Miguel was gonna fucking follow him to the new server. Oh my god. SpongeBob is a dirty boy. I do not remember this. No, actually, I do remember this. Actually, I do remember this. Then Gary shows up and he's like,
I was just looking for the sports channel.
all right. So this is the last one for today. But we're going to go back and listen to some of RNG's new reveal of the Aperture Salt Mines music.
Sorry that IRL is back? No. I'm not gonna wear the costume today, okay? I don't have to, alright? Because Laugh Our Life has uploaded a brand new video in which he wears the Sorry that IRL costume.
Oh my god.
Studios actually made me buy that goddamn costume as well. And I look
Cartoons get away with a lot, they do.
Sorry that IRL versus Sonic.exe?
Is this a video of him reacting to a video? Am I reacting to a video of someone reacting to a video?
Something I'm really
Also,
looking
hey
forward
Cole,
to my dedicated bros
long time no
broadcast.
see, how you
Are you
been?
ready for this great Luigi Kids? Woo! If you are my dedicated bros, you know what you're supposed to do. Make sure to smash the like button and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah.
Honey!
It's a he posted a reaction
Perfect,
video.
let's get there. He's gonna end up in
So
the
I'm
back
reacting
rooms
to a
again.
reaction video.
I bet.
And we're reacting to you reacting to a video of
Let's
this
not
reaction to a
remember
video.
like
Yeah.
frontiers anymore.
This is too many layers of reaction.
Oh, okay. I am God for sure. How convenient. Bosses in disguise.
Try beating me like this.
Really? You're making this kind of weird.
My dreams are about
What
to become your nightmare.
We'll see about that.
Chili dog.
Why? Quest 6.
Do I keep watching? Should I keep watching, or should we just listen to the RNG's music and call it for the stream? It is time.
Sonic, huh? From the realms of chili dogs?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Why does Sonic sound like that in this video?
Yeah, this is way too crazy.
Sonic is supposed to
This is
sound
not
like
even
this.
a low budget project. This
a
is
weird, like a
high fucking
surfer
welding.
kid. Or skater kid.
Sonic 60, come get me.
Back in the back rooms, huh?
No! That's the thing. When it comes to like pure this kind of video, usually I would prefer. I usually let people. I'll watch a little bit of it and then say like you should watch it yourself, because that's like the whole. It's not informational. It's an experience. I have weird like things about that, but yeah. If you want to watch this for yourself, either go watch to Luigi Kid Gaming, or even better, I think it's Horror Skunks. Let's have a look. Where is it? Well, there's a Sonic video there. They seem to do a lot of this stuff. Maybe not Horror Skunks? Oh, Laugh Over Life. Oh, Horror Skunks might be the second video that he reacted to, yeah. There it is. Okay, Sonic versus Sonic.exe. Laugh Over Life. Yeah, go check them out and their videos out. I like to try and at least a little bit support the original creators of those videos. But yeah. Alright, so let's finally have a big ol' listen to the Aperture Salt Mine soundtrack. Should we just watch it from the top down? Or how do you think? What do you think, RNG? You will have never heard. Ah, okay. Start from the top and work down. Oops, QWERTY, yeah. Oh, you're finally using a QWERTY keyboard, are you? Because you're in America. Yeah, so you're having to learn the new layout. Interesting. Yep. Clearly the best one. It takes place in a puzzle line, right? Oh, reaction streams brings back memories. Yeah. So anyway, I started blasting from that fucking Sonic video. Still stationed in Japan? Yep. Yeah, well, I hope that you're enjoying your time there. Because I mean, I know you're basically just at the base most of the time, but if you can get away and explore some of Japan, I really enjoyed my time in Japan. This one's the first map. 3 chambers, 3 variations. Right. Yeah, triple testing phase. Yeah, 3 maps, 3 tests. Yeah. Enjoying the Elden Ring playthrough. Oh, nice. Yeah. I like watching other people play Dark Souls games. I don't have the time to get good, so I'd rather watch other people play. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So I think some of these RG, I think some of these you might have already shown me at one point, or an old version. American English autocorrect. Yes, yeah. I know what you mean. It's frustrating. It's, yeah. It's interesting because I sometimes get reminded of when I last played it because Aperture Salt Mines those videos still perform quite well, so they often pop back up in my like top videos of current performance. So yeah. It's always like a holy crap, that was like a year ago. Yeah. It says Portal for 1. Yeah, this 2022 really zipped past before my eyes. I think that demo had music, as far as I recall. I said demo, the playtesting version. Triple test phase, accelerated flight path, and leap of faith. Right. Well, so far, what I can say is that the stylistic choices of these pieces are very in line with the classic. Well, I say classic, with the Portal 2 style. This feels very Portal. I would say it feels very Portal 2, honestly. So I have stolen RNG for experimental with the music. Right, yes, yeah. I was gonna say 3 hours long for a demo. Yeah, exactly. It was the playtesting version of the game. Yeah. Being pretty close to the springtime for you, right? Yeah. It's getting towards. It's technically starting to cool down, although it's still very, very hot here. What were you gonna say? What was this? Maybe it's a stream? Maybe what is a stream? Yeah. I really love that those old Aperture area style music. It's yeah. For me, I love the yeah. I don't know the musical terms for them, but I love the rise and the constant rise and fall of the like underground Aperture old Aperture music. Is that what an arpeggio is? Okay. Yeah, the constant rise and fall. Right, okay, yeah. It's been a long time since I did any kind of musical theory stuff, and I didn't get very far into musical theory, so I didn't learn all the words. But yeah, yeah, the arpeggios. I love arpeggios. I agree. The old Aperture arpeggios are really, really good. That's why I'm like, well, these feel like Portal 2 old Aperture style. They feel fitting with the style that you're going for, because it has that same sort of like arpeggio, the same feeling. And the bloopy bloops of the Rorius electric piano. Right, yeah. The little like boop, 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 boop. prefer the Overgrown Parts OST, Andy? Right, fair enough, yeah. I like most of Portal 2's soundtrack. But there's something about the old Aperture stuff that I just immediately, like makes me choke up just thinking about it. Like the music, like the reunion, and I don't have my iTunes, my hard drive with all my music freaking stopped responding, so I don't have any of my music. Songs to test by. I was trying to get the names of them. So now we're on Accelerated Flight Path. I mean, Music of the Spheres is great. The Reunion. Is it Music of the Spheres 2? Yeah, wait, 1 second. Sorry, I just gotta hear it. Wait, is it The Reunion? Yes. This is my absolute favorite piece of all Portal 2. This is my favorite song in all of Portal 2. It's so good, man. It's just... Along with Don't Do It? What do you mean, Don't Do It? Wait, is that actually a name of the song? I don't recognize it. Has it got a different name? 'Cause I don't have that one. The other one I really like is I like this as well. It's the defund bots build bots. Bots build bots. I'll just skip it in a bit. Speed gel dynamic music and ASM, very cool. Right, yeah. This song. Defund bots build bots, bots build bots. I'm trying to find it, but oh, there it is. I found it. I mean, yeah, this is very cool as well. Yeah, that's right. It's the button. It's the fucking override button thing. I forgot the fucking name of it. I also really like Machiavellian Bach. These are my favorite pieces. The stalemate button. That's it. Yeah. yeah. Well, it's RG. It's a note that's I was gonna apologize for interrupting the music. I was gonna say it's a note that your music is so good, it evokes the original so well that I had to just point out. My favorites. Those are my favorite pieces of Portal 2. Anyway, okay, enough of that. Let's continue. So this is Accelerated Flight Path. So I'm assuming this is also like a Faith Plate-esque song. Just wait until the speed gel dynamic music and ASM is very cool. Yeah, as though I'm really curious to see how you do that, how you go about that, because yeah, there's something with that Portal 2 had that was really good. Place a cube on the closed water bottle and open it on the other side of the fizzler. Was it the laser music? The laser music! The only thing I can think of is like, is that light amplification, or you will not be resuscitated? Corporeal integrity? It could be any of those. It was, okay, my first guess was right. Okay, good. Yeah. You've nailed the, like, evocative feel of the old school Aperture music, such that it has that same feeling I always got with the original music, which is that something about those arpeggios and the bleepy bloops, as you called them before. It evokes like it weirdly evokes a sense of science. It evokes like a sense of like grandiosity and like a forward. It has like a forward motion to it that it's every arpeggio is diminished fifth chords, right? That was recalled to actually. Now I remembered, right? Yeah. Just darker and crunchy. It's hot for New Zealand, Fireboy. 24 degrees. The difference is like 24 degrees in a dry climate is fine, but we're an island that has water all around us. 24 degrees is unbearable. It's the humidity, it's not the temperature. It's been like a storm recently. Everything's wet. It's awful. So it makes a tense but grand color. Right. Triple testing phase only had major and some minor chords. Right, yeah. This has all diminished and crazy arcs, yeah. yeah. You should be. This is really, really good. It's so well made. So authentic sounding. Raining right now, you love? Right. Yeah, recently it's been like storms, like there's been floods all over Auckland, where I live. There's been like flooding and landslides and stuff like that. It's been very chaotic. Yeah. Oh, I saw the rain. I saw the, like, we had like... Sorry for interrupting again, but I just have to say, in Auckland, where I live is on a bit of a hill. So it's not super steep or anything, but it's like a little bit raised. So for the flooding and stuff that's been happening around Auckland, we didn't get floods where I live. We just got like waterfalls. Like down the street was just a pure waterfall of water that just never ending flow of water from the top of the street. But just round the corner from where I live, there was a landslide. Someone's house, like their fence stops, and then it's just like a cliff now. It used to be trees all the way down a hill, and now it's just like a cliff. They were very lucky they didn't lose their fence. This you hear there's a rhythmic bass that crept in. Right. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to the original start. Yeah, to start with, there's no bass. Or there's very little bass. And then... yeah, the bass it just slowly creeps in. Yeah. Gets stronger and stronger. Professional composer. Yeah. I mean, you are professional now. But wasn't that thing that you did a while ago that was like your first like paid role thing? So you're actually a professional. Yeah. You're legit. Yeah. Very, very cool. Plagiarism noun. Plagiarism noun. I'm assuming that's the idea. Recording a full orchestra piece for a company? Oh, damn. Freaking amazing. Yeah, there was... I mean, I don't know about what records it broke, but it's the most rain that's been in a long time. I've never seen it rain so much, or I haven't seen so much flooding and landslides and stuff like that in my entire life. Oh, this is the one in the chamber I ridiculously overcomplicated the solution. The respawn and fling the cube. Yes, I remember that one. It's like, all I needed to do was fling the cube over, but I felt like I needed to be behind the cube or something like that. There was something like that, whereas the solution was, no, I just had to portal the cube up, didn't I? I didn't even have to fling the cube. But I ended up flinging the cube. Yes, actually, yeah, what is the explanation of the name of this track? Like, why plagiarism? Did you steal this map? Right, yes, yeah. Kind of. Okay. Oh, right. The infinite respawn in the Fizzler. Right. Definition of plagiarism. Nice. Oh god. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yes. Definitely. Oh. And I don't know if you probably replied to me by now, but I was gonna say I responded to something you sent me on Discord. We won't say what it was. But I'm interested to hear what you had to say in response, because I'm excited, but I'm also curious. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out once. So a little bit after the stream. Yeah, I'm curious how you want to approach that. But yeah, well, we won't talk more about it, but yeah, I'm curious. So, for those who are listening, is it conservation and momentum? Our little secret, yes. 1 penny. Is this the one with the hole in the glass? In Auckland, the hottest it usually gets is about, like, the hottest I remember ever is like around maybe 28 degrees. Oh, that was accelerated flight path. Ah, yeah. I think about 28 is about as hot as you'd ever get it in Auckland. But when it's up to that kind of temperature, that's like unbearable because the amount of water that we have around us. Auckland is basically a swamp, so you imagine those kind of temperatures in like a Louisiana swamp or whatever. That's the kind of awful it is, and it's a city, so it's, you know, it's full of glass and concrete and stuff like that. just reflecting that heat. Ugh. But I will say, in other areas of New Zealand, it gets way hotter. In like Dunedin and Christchurch, it can get up to like 38 degrees, probably, like around that sort of temperature. It's pretty rare, but it can happen. It's more inland. This is where the cube was de-gelling itself and hitting the floor. Oh yes, I do remember that. Yep. It was a challenge for the next track. Beat the tempo. For the track weird, just to mess with people. Right? Okay. Interesting. I mean, yeah. I feel like it's a fun play on the conservation and momentum. It's like, can you maintain your momentum with a soundtrack piece like throwing you off constantly? It's like that previous track is like there's a boss in Dark Souls 3. Sorry for another tangent. In Dark Souls 3, there's a boss called the Dancer of the Boreal Valley. And the Dancer of the Boreal Valley's song that plays when you fight her is in like, what the hell? Actually, I'll look it up. 1 second. Dancer of the Boreal Valley song. Is there a wiki page for it? Maybe if I just put Dancer of the Boreal Valley, maybe there's a wiki page, it'll have information on it. It's like 5/7 time or something like that. It's some strange time signature. Not strategy. Is there notes trivia? God damn it doesn't have it. There's a video I watched. 5/7 doesn't exist. 7/8. It's a very strange time scale that's incredibly unusual. Wait. Time. Let's see if I can get time signature. There it is. Tempo of I could have sworn I saw a thing about how it's like some strange time signature. It just says 3/4 as far as I can. 3/4 sign time signature. I thought it was something way weirder than that. But it uses a 3/4 time signature. Which is not that weird. I could have sworn there was something I read that was like it used a much more strange time signature. That's exactly. I was like, 3/4 is not uncommon at all. Maybe it's not the time signature that's weird. Maybe 6/8, but that's far from unusual. Yeah. Once again, 6/8 is not that unusual. All I remember, maybe it's not the time signature itself. Maybe it's the way it's used. Yeah, it basically, as it says here, it has low energy and it's not very danceable. With 1 beat per bar. Track runs 3 minutes 25 seconds long with a C sharp D flat key in a major mode. Yeah. Offbeat accent patterns. Yeah, let's just say that this is a song that plays during the boss fight. And it's intentionally designed to throw you off, because if you can match your movements to the music that's playing in the boss fight, you will be able to dodge all of her attacks and land all your attacks, basically. But matching your rhythm to the music is intentionally made very difficult, and so it's, yeah, like, let's just say it's really strange to fight this boss. Her attack pattern is very odd, and 30 BPM. Easy. I think it said it was 38 BPM when I read the thing over here. No, it's 8. Supposedly, apparently it's an 84 BPM, according to the website here. Well, actually, it mentions double time as well. It mentions, it says 84 BPM. It can also be used double time at 168 BPM. Yeah, anyways. Yeah. I just thought it was interesting. Your previous song did something similar. Beat the tempo, yeah. Look above. Eh? Oh, right, yeah. Because I spammed triplets and odd rhythmic meters because it annoyed someone because I used one in another track and they were most upset. Nice. See, like, oh, you don't like it, do you? Next song, all triplets and strange meters. Yeah. Interesting. See, this is basically your death. This is your laser. Yeah, not death. Laser. Laser music. I can hear the reference, Yeah, no. That's like, how do I meter this out? Nope. Every time it goes to that bit, every time it drops, I'm like, nope, what I was doing was not right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you'll have to send it to Joan and get them to post a link. I know it's like offbeat. I'm trying to like meter it out to the major shift parts. Oh, okay. Metronome 105 BPM. Okay. I was doing like double that. Yeah, it's actually pretty close to what I was doing. I don't think I had it quite right, but I was doing this. It's just double what that is. Because I was trying to do that to this. Wait. Yeah, it was getting half off every time. Yeah. It's like off. Yeah, I was really close though. I was just doing it at double the speed, which doesn't work. That's why I kept being like, nope, it's off. Every time it came back to the it would shift down or shift up. It was always off by a half. Well, I didn't know it was off by a half beat, but I knew it was off. But I couldn't think of anything else other than that sort of like. I'm not. I mean, once again, I was so close. Yeah, really interesting. Oh, me. You got it when you did it just there. Yeah. It's like, it's just really hard to keep that when you hear it's really hard to keep it up. Turret intro because they're supposedly alive. Right. Okay. Yeah. say, you're gonna. I'm noticing you're using. Didn't you decide you're gonna use your actual name for the like the OST and stuff like that? No. I'm seeing a lot of. Yeah, it's on the cover. No, as in your real name, right? Because you had that poll on Twitter. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I mean. It's like, aren't you gonna update it? it's got your dead name on it. You need to update it. Yeah. That's what I mean by your real name, as opposed to your dead name. I did throw a lot of your dead name on here, and I'm like, where's the new name? Spotify. Oh, really? Do you? Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's something you have to get it. You have to do it legally. Yeah, yeah. That's supposed to be that. Plus turret, plus bounce shell, plus speed shell, plus laser. I was gonna say I was hearing a lot of themes in there. You got the hard like, which is like the laser theme style, and then you got like the like the speed gel music. Yeah, yeah. That's so many layers. These entire themes are the same rhythm but different notes. Ah, that's what it was. That's what you're going for. Yep. One's conversion gel. Ah, yeah. Only a really small tremor. Oh, I've been sitting in the same position for too long. My ass. Without a rest, all of a sudden I fell asleep and I was briefly afraid of that, but then I was like, no, I was so paying attention to the music that I don't think I could have fallen asleep. But then again, I break new ground, so falling asleep in places I shouldn't. Yeah, when things are unstable. Yeah, the little like. Yeah. Pull to the E OST? Oh, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. I was like, CE? Pull to Community Edition OST. No, I haven't. Q&A, yeah. Okay, yeah. Alright. faith. Yeah, that. That's your classic faith plate style sound. Okay, now I'm just thinking of friggin' Scout. just Rory. Oh, I'm sending you a code and link back there. I thought you were like being like shush Rory. At my Scout reference. Ooh. Okay. I have Twitter open and ready. Yeah. Well, yeah, so that was the last piece there. Oh, there's the code. I was gonna say, where's the code? I need a code. There it is. All right. Paste. I have an account for Bandcamp. Log in to add to your collection. What is my Bandcamp account? Oh, it's not responding. What is happening? Oh, okay. That was weird. Did I use my old email? Sorry, 1 second. I'll just see if I can redeem it on my account so that I'm actually... Would I've used that password as well? Okay, no, different username. 1 second, guys. Yeah, no, it's really cool. I love all of... Like, because we've reached the end now, all I can say is I love all of it. But the all the use of the same... There's a lot of Portal and Portal 2 music. The issue that they usually have is that they lack the same like fingerprint, if you will, of what Portal style, like Portal sounds are. But you've used all the same like well, I want to say instruments, but you've used them in unique ways, which makes it so much more interesting to me. So you've used the arpeggios, you've used the sounds, the soundscapes, if you will. You've used the turret sound, the aerial faithplate sounds. You've used the laser sounds, and you've just taken them and used them in their own way. Yeah, that was the goal. Yeah, exactly. I think that was... It's brilliant. That's all I can say is it's brilliant. 1 second. Sorry, I'm just gonna get freaking Bandcamp sorted out. I always lose what account what system I used. It was that email. Did I use a different password? Pretty sure I would have used my old password. Okay, it doesn't like, maybe I have to use my username. It doesn't like that I used the email. What the fuck? A new area, brand new environment means brand new aesthetic of music. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh. What's your fucking language, Rory? Wait 1 second. I have to go back to when I first did this. Okay, did it use my full name as my username? Don't make me write I forgot my password. Alright, I forgot password. God damn it. I am listening to the thing and I am adding it to my account. What do you mean you didn't recognize that email? I literally have receipts. Did I spell it wrong? My own freaking email? No? Did it delete my account because I hadn't used it in so long? But I have music that I bought. I literally bought stuff on Bandcamp. I got an email in November from Bandcamp. It's my email. What the fuck? The usernames are colored. It depends on what kind of uh what the heck? Oh. That's nonsense. I have I can't. Should buy my music. Well, it's free to download, but you can pay for it. Yeah. What the heck? Why isn't Bandcamp? Okay, wait. Bandcamp not recognizing my email. Ah. Okay. Apparently, in order to fix this, I'd have to, like, contact them via their portal. I'm gonna have to just... Wait. I can just download it. 1 second. Let's just download it. It's okay. I'll just download it. Yeah. You can actually just download it. It didn't even donate. What? It's because you gave me a code for it. So it's just like, download it here. Okay, I will extract it. 7-zip, extract to that folder name. This is the cover. That's the cover. Okay, now I have all the names here. I won't show the folder structure just in case it has. I don't think it's anything. Okay, I can just show it. It's just white, that's all. So here's the here's the thing here. Twitter profile pic. I think it looks great. You're actually showing your face. Although I don't know what's going on with the necklace thing. It's a little tight for my it's not something I would wear. Like, I like the headset, honestly. You wearing like a choker? What are you wearing? That picture. Okay. Hey, I do too. Mine doesn't make me wear a choker. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It had a neck strap. Yeah. All right. Is that a common thing? I can't relate. Yeah. Then I'm happy for you. Cis man. Disgusting. It doesn't matter that he's gay, but it's just he's cis man. Alright, well, now after all that, yeah, that's just it. I'm not cis het. So yeah, so there. Anyway, so first song in the community edition, Joyful Showcase. These are all promos. Come on, Windows Media Player. Don't make me break out the community. Sorry, the VLC. Don't make me break out. This Media Player Classic. It loads faster and it's just better. Yeah, it's doing that thing. Every now and then, Windows Media Player just will not launch. I could do that. I should do that. What the heck? I don't have... It turns out I don't have VLC. Right. I thought I did have VLC. I do have VLC. That's weird. It's weird that won't let me just like open all with this. I can probably just click and drag though, actually. This probably will work. Well, actually, let's just listen to this one first. Media Player Classic is my go-to. It has so much more customization. If I recall correctly, I have this set up so that I can play. It's either this or VLC. I have it set up so I can play Blu-ray on it. Blu-ray movies. What about DLC? Nah. Yeah. Yeah, for promo videos? Right. Yeah. I believe I did watch them, yeah. At some point, I feel like I watched them. Rorius' famous DLC. I made DLC? When have I ever made DLC? Naturally designed to loop. Let's see if I can just do this. Will it work the way I expect it to? I usually only ever play one thing at a time on this, so... Oh yeah, it's got all of them. Got all of them listed. It just doesn't have the thing on the side. Oh, weird. Can I move this over to here? No, it's just gonna pop it out as a window. Because that's how this works. Sure. Oh god, now it's permanently. Can I redock it? Oh, there we go. There we go. I've never used this fucking... I've never used the playlist feature of the Media Player Classic. This is what's called Media Player Classic. This isn't Windows Media Player. This is Media Player Classic. This is, as far as I know, it's like an open source third-party media player, a bit like VLC. So yeah, this is, by the way, for people not aware, this is Advanced Tech. This is currently playing. It's this one. Yeah, that's originally, I believe that's why I originally got VLC, is because I wanted to figure out how to force my computer to play Blu-ray stuff without needing to have the Blu-ray specific player. Because there's a Blu-ray specific player that you have to pay for. And I have a Blu-ray CD drive, so I can play Blu-ray movies on my computer. But, it resizes every time. Interesting. But yeah, I've got the hardware for it, but you need software to play it as well. And the Power Play came with it, came with that drive, which is like a special Blu-ray software thing to play Blu-ray stuff. But yeah, I had access to it for a while, but then it seemingly shifted to like a subscription model of payment. I don't remember I never paid for it in the first place, but to use it suddenly I needed to pay a subscription. So I was like, fuck that. And I figured out that VLC and Windows Media Player Classic, Media Player Classic, were capable. You have to download like a plugin, but you can make it work. It has Minecraft vibes. You worked on MuseScore 4, as in like, use that's the software you used, or you worked with the people? I'm assuming you worked on that software. Like you made music on MuseScore 4. Oh no, you actually worked on the programming. Damn, interesting. Cool. Yeah. Oh. Oh, right, I see. Yeah. Ah, cool. Yeah, that is incredible. Okay, I'll have to check it out at some point. Because I always wanted to get some free, like, open source. I don't know if it's free, actually. You say it's open source, but I don't know if it's necessarily free. But it doesn't say free music software. Software that I can make music with for free. Because I used free and open source. Oh, nice. I was gonna say I used LMMS for a while, and that's the stuff I've made some of my indie project games music via LMMS. Also, sheet music notation software. I assumed from a name like MuseScore or MuseScore, that it was probably like, I was imagining it being like Bandcamp or was it Bandcamp? No. Sibelius is the software I used. Back when I was at school and doing in music class, I used Sibelius, which is a not open source, paid probably subscription based nowadays. Yeah. Software. Yeah, Sibelius was awful. I hated it. It's no wonder I was terrible at composition in high school. Somehow worse than Finale. I don't even know what that is. MuseScore is the GOAT. Right, okay. So yeah, this is pacifism. No, wait, listen to pacifism. There's New Beginnings. Yeah. As the youth say, coated with the sauce. Is that something the youth say? I have no idea. I'm not I'm not up to play with the youths of today. Accidental rhyme, yay! Nah, I don't need glasses. I just looked at the number there, looked at the number down here, and then it was like, wait, no, it's there's one less on here than down there, and yeah. I'll show you the new audio renders engine. No plugins, no added work. Right. Just pure note writing into sound. Right. Fascinating. Yeah. I'll look it up after the stream. I'm gonna get going. It's already an hour past what I was supposed to be streaming. We'll just finish up the soundtrack for the community edition. And but we said that about the previous multiple things. It's like it's what takes any time at all. Meanwhile, an hour later, I'll look it up after the stream. After the stream. It's like, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Just give me one extra line. No, I already have so many lines. Oh dear. I'm honestly a little nervous about how I'm gonna play that whenever you've decided. I like this piece. I like this piece a lot, by the way. I'll remove one line. Oh dear. This one's really nice. I really like the soft feel of it. Wait, you all forever. I don't know what that means. What? Can you eat my gaming chair? You can try. I have an old gaming chair you can eat. It's even yellow, like a banana. Negative 25. Oh. Oh my god. Mr. Begging over here. Other users would get muted for this much begging. Yellow for another reason? Oh my god. Mr. CJ? Wait, I was just reading what you said. I wasn't saying anything. It's Mama Luigi. I don't know what CJ means. And yeah, I was just reading what you were saying. I wasn't saying anything back. Eat my hair. But yeah, no, that was really cool. And yes, I believe I had heard some of that from those promo preview things, those videos that they showed off some of the stuff for Community Edition. But yeah, very cool. Oh my god. You see the amount of rules I bend for you, RNG. You should be very grateful. Music score. What do I even search? What do I even search for? My last dying wish. Mama Luigi. You all forever. Okay, so this is what came up. Default music score, right? Yeah, that's what CJ just made me think of GTA as well. It's just San Andreas. Okay, that's a new shoot joke. Okay, I see, I see. Yeah. Damn. um I was gonna say maybe some things got filtered out earlier and I misread some of the the chat earlier. I'm still confused about some of the things that were said before, but yes, very good, very good. We worked super hard on it. And now you rest. And now you die. You said it was your dying wish. Yeah. And now your watch has ended. Yeah. Oh. I mean, yeah, possibly. I was gonna say, would you prefer I did videos or streams of that? Because I mean, I can do either, but I've gone back to doing videos again, so I could do a full video series on it. And that would be pure ASM, no stream distractions. You know, that's the thing with some games I prefer to record because I can focus more on the game itself. Whereas when I stream, there's a lot of distraction. I tend to prefer to play games on streams that I either have played before or there's something that the stream would benefit the video, you know, in some way it would benefit the video or benefit the game. But there's the elements of like maybe you want to be there while I'm playing it, and therefore streams are just good for that. Yeah. I mean, I could do both. I could play the game just in videos and then stream the commentary mode. Because I know I've been meaning to. I mentioned it like at the end of last year, and I still haven't got around to it. I've been meaning to play the commentary mode stuff that I missed for Team Fortress 2, Left 4 Dead, I think there's one for Left 4 Dead and... Is it Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2 or just Left 4 Dead 2? I think it's just Left 4 Dead 2. I don't think there is one for Left 4 Dead 1. But whatever the case, I've been meaning to develop commentary stuff for a while anyway. So... You think commentary would be better for videos? Right, okay. Yeah. Okay. Because I've done... you should play the intro to hear the dialogue, then stop and restart in dev commentary mode. Right. I see what you mean. Yeah. I was gonna say, because if what I would normally do, and what I probably will end up doing for ASM, I imagine, is that I'm going to probably play through, if you'll allow me, I'll probably play through the game in full, in video form. And if you think video form also works better for developer commentary, play through the entire game again in developer commentary mode, right afterwards, and listen to all the commentary, and skip over most of the game, because we've just played it as a game. Do a developer commentary mode that focuses mostly on the developer commentary. Yeah. Yeah, which I realize is the opposite of what you just said. You want me to experience it all at once, but I think it'll be better if I went through the game as it's pure and as is intended, and then went through again a second time with all the developer commentary stuff, and focused in on the developer commentary stuff. I wish Fireboy. I wish you could donate $1 billion to me. I would seriously have hoped that you've done it through what someone calls it, Streamlabs. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. I think because that's sort of what I did with one or two games where I played through. I played through the whole game. I think I did that with Superliminal, didn't I? Or a game like that. I did developer commentary for Superliminal, didn't I? Rorius. Superliminal. Developer commentary. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, I streamed it. I streamed the developer commentary.
Hi, this is Will O'Neill, and I was the writer on Superliminal.
Yeah. Yeah, so I literally played right through Superliminal first, and then I played the developer commentary afterwards. And try to do the breaks like you did last time. Oh, right. So he's saying I should try and break it the same way I did last time and see how it's changed. Have you tried RPCS3? Oh, a PS3 emulator that would let you play PS3 games on your PC. Oh, no, I haven't. RPCS3. I'm going to write that down. And I'm going to see, I'll look it up and look into it. Because I have a bunch of PS3 games that I want to back up. I backed up all my PS1 and PS2 games onto my computer so that if something happens, I have like a digital copy of them. But I haven't backed up my PS3 games. You don't have a credit card? Yes, that's fine. You don't have a credit card, but you do have the money? Yeah, it just means more ASM. Yeah. Just means I play it twice, yeah. I request if you could start recording before you launch the game. Like that you can record your reaction to the new splash screen and menu music. Yeah, I'll definitely try and do that. I will say, the capturing splash screens can be really tricky sometimes. I'll try my best, but Ratchet and Clank games, on the PS2 emulator, Ratchet and Clank games do work, but they're really problematic. There's all sorts of problems with slowdowns and like the game like lagging. I don't know about PS3 Ratchet and Clank games though. PS3 Ratchet and Clank games might work differently because they use a different engine. But all the PS2 Ratchet and Clank games really struggle with PlayStation 2 emulation. That one thing that annoys me with Sony. Yeah, all their consoles. We talked about this earlier in the stream, how the consoles are so specifically designed that developers really like attached all of the dependencies on the PS2's hardware, and so emulating them can be really challenging sometimes because unless that hardware is exactly as it was in the PS2, it sometimes doesn't always work properly. Oh, right. PS4 has some access to some PS2 era games. Oh. Well, see, what happens, RNG, is, like, that's usually what I do, is I use like, if the game has problems, I will always use the screen capture mode. But the problem with screen capture is it, when something changes to, like, full screen, for some reason, OBS sometimes struggles to actually capture the screen. It has the same issue that when you do a game screen, it just takes a while for it to recognize the game. When you do screen capture, sometimes screen changing resolution or changing to full screen can cause problems with the screen capture. Like, I might be able to demonstrate it right now. Because I'm on a screen capture right now. You can see the whole screen. If I launch, like, let's try Entropy 02. I haven't launched this before, so this will be a good example of how it works sometimes. See? It's gone. It is because it's changing the resolution. Okay, it is capturing the splash screen. So, yeah, that's the thing. I only get like one shot to like capture my live reaction. You'll be able to see my live reaction. You just might not be able to see what I'm reacting to. Oh dear. By the way, I've been meaning to play this since November. Or no, since October. I've been meaning to play Entropy 02, and I keep not playing it. Yeah. Rift Apart would have been perfect time for them to do a re-release of them for PS5. Yes, yes. Sure. Just while I'm here, just really quick. Yeah. Sometimes that one actually didn't do too bad, but sometimes it's really bad. The like window capture thing, screen capture versus game capture. Sometimes it's really bad and it's terrible. It like takes ages for it to catch up, and that's so frustrating when that happens. I lost my chat. Where did my chat go? Okay, it's here. There we go. We'll fix it in post. Yeah. 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 What I find is that for me, from my personal experience, screen capture is definitely the best for capturing stuff right at the start of a game. Game capture, even if you have it set to the EXE, sometimes it just takes too long for it to realize it's happening before the splash screen starts showing. So I think I'll use window capture. Sorry, screen cap. I keep calling window. I'll use
Welcome
screen
to the
capture.
family.
Hey, silver medal! Yay! Hell yeah. We are still live, yeah, and I'm about to wrap it up because we're way over time. Screen capture for me is I always find is the best for capturing just like raw what's on the screen, but it's sometimes a little bit laggy. It's not as crisp usually as game capture. So what I'll probably do for ASM is I'll use screen capture for the initial section up until I actually launch, up until I actually like hit new game, and then I'll switch to game capture. Yeah. Yeah. Remember how the ASM credits were tiny? That's a source bug with text? Yes. The text will be sized based on the launch resolution. Yeah, yeah. Oh, good, good. Yeah, yeah. All right. I was gonna say, I do have ASM. I think it's in my. Is it in Backburner? No, it's in Valve Mods. I have 2 copies of it. This is the original version from ages ago. This is the mod version, and then this is the official version. I still have a mod version of ASM. Yeah. Yeah, silver medal. Hell yeah. Yeah, I thought you did, yeah. These properties? Or you mean these the actual game's properties? In betas. Yeah, 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 yeah. 2 amateur salt mines? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, yeah, because I remember you asked if I still had the copy that you sent me when you first discovered my channel, and I was like, yeah, I should do, and I believe I sent it over to you, and yeah, yeah, now it's officially, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Was to add it as an archive. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, that's good. That's good. That's the thing, is like I don't tend to delete anything. So I tend to have copies of like everything as long as it was on the modern computer I have. Like basically post the start of 2018. There was a brief period in 2017 where I had my old setup and I switched to my new setup at the start of 2018. And ever since then, like I don't delete stuff, I just keep stuff. I archive everything. So thanks, unlimited Steam storage for games, Lamau. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys all for joining me. We went well over time, but it's alright. We did a lot of cool stuff in the overtime. And I see more people were able to join the stream in the overtime as well. So maybe I should start streaming later. Then I have amazing new mapper. Ah. Interesting. It's all good. It's all good. You should see him 24/7. I didn't do the shout out. You're right. I was so distracted. I forgot. This is the time when I do the shout out. Thank you so much for reminding me. I completely forgot. Okay, so thank you to Jonas for 31 months of Royal Maximilian. To Core Gamer for 28 months of Royal Maximilian. For Joan for 26 months of Royal Maximilian. For King of Fools for 22 months. We've got Orangey with 15 months of Royal Maximilian. We've got Tiana with 32 months of Royal Maximilian. We have Rocky with 16 months of Royal Maximilian. And that's it for the Royal Maximilians, yeah. And thank you to everyone who is a blessed member as well. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Whoop whoop. Yeah. Yeah. Are you enjoying my money? I think so. To be honest, the last Google paycheck I got, it got immediately spent on food. Because I am barely scraping by. Barely scraping by financially right now. And let's just say there was a job offer that I was given, or there was a job application that I found for a company in New Zealand that I have applied for. And it's probably one of the most promising offers, one of the most promising job options that I have. So things may suddenly on the channel like hard pivot in a new direction if something with that comes to fruition. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Oh, you're low on money? Good, give it to me. I'm editor. Exactly. I was like, my credit card was cancelled, so it accumulated $80 of debt. Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't use credit cards. I only use FPOST and debit, which are both like they only use money you have. Cards. Patreon win. I have a Patreon. You can go to Patreon. Patreon. I have Patreon. Rorius Maximus Patreon. You can become a blessed or royal member. Apparently that costs $6 or $11.50. Since when were these the values? That I don't remember making them these values. I swear blessed was, or maybe it's $3 American. Maybe it's increased because of change in I think it's based in American dollars, and so it's showing me New Zealand dollars because I'm not signed in. But it should be like $3 and $6 US for this. It's about the same as what it is on YouTube. Oh, it's PayPal debit. Oh. Credit's dumb. Exactly. I hate the credit card system. Right, I see what you mean. but actual benefits on Patreon win. it's very, very likely to happen actually. It is $3 US? Okay, yep. Cool. It just must have gone up for New Zealand. The exchange rate's worse. Or technically better for me, but worse for people in New Zealand. A subscription with benefits? No, I was gonna say, something that I've been planning to do, I've been thinking about doing, is like toning down the YouTube memberships and toning up the Patreon benefits, because Patreon doesn't take like nearly 40% of everything I make. So keep the subscriptions on YouTube so that you can get the emojis and the badges, but put like the majority of the benefits in here, so that's actually more reason to go here and not the YouTube memberships. Yeah, YouTube, if you were not aware, YouTube takes like 40% of everything that is donated through YouTube. That's why I currently, if you go into the description, you'll see Streamlabs is right at the top, because Streamlabs takes none of the donation. PayPal still takes some of it because it goes through PayPal, but Streamlabs themselves take none of the donation money. So Streamlabs is the best way to donate. Patreon takes like a 5% cut or something, and then it goes through PayPal, which takes their cut. So Patreon's not quite as good technically as Streamlabs. Oops, sorry. But Patreon offers more services, like I can give out benefits, and I can have automatic systems built in, and I can include Discord. You'll automatically get Discord memberships through here. Or Discord roles, sorry. So Patreon is I'm probably going to start trying to increase the Patreon stuff and decrease the YouTube membership stuff. Yeah. That's probably going to happen in the near future. It's like friends with benefits, but subscriptions with benefits. It's just, yeah. Yeah. You are blessed. Yeah, true. But yeah, whatever the case, thank you so much for joining me. If you like what you saw, hit that like button. Give me a second to donate. Oh. Donation. Yeah, the only problem with Streamlabs donations is that they only show up on the screen. They don't show up on YouTube, of course. But give it a minute. Give it a minute. Actually, I might open up Streamlabs just to see if I can catch it there first. It's gonna jump scare me. It's gonna jump scare me. Wait for it. It'll probably show up over here first. Yeah, okay. Thank you for your donation. I can't. That was supposed to be a temporary donation sound, but I've left it. Ended up being left there because I just like it. I like the sound. I wish I had. I know there's a better screen for it. Kind of want to make me some jingles. I mean, yeah. You can have multiple sound effects and multiple images play. As in, like, each donation has a random chance of choosing one of the sound effects, one of the video, one of the images. So I could have more. It gets the job done. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Is this the dashboard? Yeah. Okay, that is the dashboard. It's not a super good. It's not a super good interface for it. Yeah, I'll send you the clips another. You just have to remind me. Remind me later, and I'll send you all the clips that I have. It's going through now. Okay. I wonder how frequently this page refreshes. I wonder if it refreshes live. Send millions of clips for RNG, yeah. So it's so loud that you can't even hear anymore, just like money. I should do that. Money. I really want to do. I want to do more. Like, thank you for your donation. Is it's a reference to something that I've forgotten. I think. I mean, in my ears, it just sounds like.
Thank you for your donation.
It is. It doesn't update live over here. So yeah. Oh my god, $60. You are the all-paying guy. Yeah. Okay. So actually, I did set up. That's something that has to be said. For one of the previous streams, I set up a bunch of different images for different levels of donation. If I recall, there's a bunch of variations. There's so there's a bunch of variations for normal for a small amount of
Thank you for your donation.
There's Pumpkius.
Thank you for your donation.
Cryptorius. And it goes through all the way to
Thank you for your donation.
Sickius. But then there's the
Thank you for your donation.
$20 donation. There's that one.
Thank you for your donation.
$30 donation has that one.
Thank you for your donation.
$50 plus donation is that one. And then $100
Thank
plus
you for your donation.
is yeah. Yeah. So, I made a bunch of them. So that was the first time, RG, that was the first time I think I've ever seen the actual $50 plus donation one, where it's the donation one. So yeah. Thank you, RG.
Thank you for your donation.
Oh, well, thank you once again. Oh my god. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's the thing that happens. I made a bunch of variations because I was like, we had the default. The default one is the alert GIF. Test donation.
Thank you for your donation.
Yeah, that one. That's a default. And then I added a bunch of it's the jar went all crazy. Yeah, that's the default one, and then I added a bunch of variations because I was like, there's so many different Rorius faces. I gotta do, put some extra ones up there. I need one of your T-posing, just yeah. Yeah, thank you, Archie. I really appreciate it. Because honestly, those ones that go through Streamlabs, they go straight to my PayPal. And not pay me back with editing job. Yeah. Honestly, RG, that money's probably gonna go to paying my my food bills, my life stuff, because I am scraping by. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. Gonna be paying to your me. Yeah. Like I got bills to pay, like RNG. Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. No! And now I wait. I am the IRS. Yeah. Yeah, no. Stuff that goes through friggin' Streamlabs goes straight to my PayPal, which I can basically immediately access. Within like a very short time span, I can access it and use it for things. Whereas, once again, if it goes through YouTube collects it, holds on to it for like a month, and then the next pay cycle, like the next month, they'll pay me all the money there. And also, while they're holding on to it, they like scoop a big chunk out of it. So yeah, YouTube donations not good. The thing is, I can understand them taking 40% of like memberships and stuff like that because there's a lot of function that goes like that. But 40% of donations just feels scummy to me. I know that Streamlabs is like that as well. Streamlabs is even worse now. It's 50-50. But yeah. So did I say Streamlabs? Twitch is much worse. Twitch is 50-50 now. and for bending the rules for you. You're very welcome. It was a good end of the stream. So yeah. Thank you for sharing all your work with me, RNG. I really do appreciate it. So yeah. Yes. YouTube, scummy. Twitch, scummy. Streamlabs and PayPal, pretty good. You say that because you're all sweetened up. I see how it is. No, it's not. It's not, I swear it's not. Where's my thank you? I did nothing. But no, thank you, Joan. Thank you, Joan, for how many is it now? Was it 20 something months of 26 months or something of Royal Maximilian? So there's something to thank. And thank you for posting on the Reddit. So there's your thank yous. And Fireboy, thank you also for posting on the on the Reddit and for having been member for a while. Yeah. Even though you're not one now, it doesn't matter. I still thank you. Yeah. And thank you to everyone for hanging out with me on the stream. There you go. Everyone gets a thank you. You get a thank you. You get a thank you. Everyone gets a thank you. Oh my god. All right. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, RG.
Thank you for your donation.
There it is. Yeah, the super chat one still uses the like Damien's yay emoji. Yeah. Thank you to me. Yeah. All right. All the thank yous have been said. Thank yous all around. And I'll catch you guys in the next stream. There'll be a stream tomorrow. I don't know what it is. I think I know what it is, actually. That's a lie. I just got spammed emails. Oh. And Rory, thank you for being Rory. Otherwise, Rory would not exist. It's true. 3 ASM key.
Thank you for your donation.
Yeah. Sugar mama. Well, yeah. Again, thank you so much. That really helps. And my financial situations may change suddenly. They may not. We'll see. And until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. See you guys. Bye. Complete report of the stream. I guess a job. Yes, honestly, yes. If my monetary situation changes, I will probably get someone to edit for me. You are right at the top of my list. That's videos only. Okay, wave. There you go. No, I actually will. I actually will. That's because if I'm working full time, I don't have time to edit. I barely have time to do let's plays. So yeah, definitely if I stop working, there'll be a bit of a lapse in videos, but then I will get editors. Once again, RNG, you're right at the top of my list, so okay, wait. Firstly, we'll first do this. But then also, this one's really awkward because I can't do it in one easy motion. Bye. See you guys next time. See you guys next time. I can't tell if I'm on camera or not, because if I turn, I'm immediately
Thank you for your donation.
Yeah. Big Rory. Bye. Goodbye.